I am back. It is time. My mission is to protect you from the bad filler games that you get on Pirate Multicarts. But to be fair, we haven't actually seen that many of those so far. In fact, I would say that most of these games have been at least decent. I guess time will tell if that actually changes in the future. In fact, if we take a look at what's actually on here, yeah, we've got a pretty solid top of the list. You know, these top 5 games, I'd say, you know, Battle City, the Dendy Classic, Pipe Dream, the Microcomputer Classic, Bombjack, the Arcade Classic, Minesweeper, the Windows Classic, and of course Tetris, the quintessential Game Boy Classic. You also notice that you might be able to see a few extra games on this wheel. Or as in, it's zoomed out a bit so you can see more of them. That's mostly because I've added some games onto the wheel, and I had to extend the size of these boxes to actually accommodate all of these extra names, or extra long names, I should say. Yeah, that's okay. They will all show up soon, I imagine. But anyway, yeah. Like I say, top 5 looking pretty good so far. You know, if these are in the top 5 by the time the series ends, I think I'll be satisfied with that. Or even just the top 10 in general, really. Motocross Maniacs, very good game. And you go down the list a bit, you've got a couple of odd ones. DuckTales, for instance, which is a great game on the NES. Not quite as good on Game Boy, but still quite a bit of the quality does come through, which is why it's in the top half. There are 41 games on here, so this is the top 20. Scroll down a bit, you can see Brainbender, which is kind of lost in the middle. And if you go to the bottom half of the list... See, the thing is, the majority of these games aren't actually that bad. They're, you know, I'd say at least half of them I'll sort of consider going back to. It's only when you really get down to around about Tesserae that you start hitting the not-so-good games. Like these ones... In fact, yeah, I'd say that the bottom 5 is pretty solid as well. Castlevania The Adventure, great music, shame about the gameplay. You know, just incredibly underpowered character, which basically kills any of the fun the game might have had. Palamedes, a decent sort of action puzzle game in other formats, but yeah, the Game Boy version just does not measure up. The playfield is too small and the sound is god-awful. Amida, pretty good idea to take the Amida movement, or Amidar movement I should say, and make kind of a puzzle game out of it. Unfortunately, it's not very well realised. Again, the play areas are too small. There are areas where it looks like you should be able to move a line in there, and then the game just says no, which is annoying, and the fact that you have to beat like 15 levels to get a password is bollocks. So yeah, not very good. NFL football is a game so just frustrating to play, and just, I don't know, very slow and just no fun. I don't know, I can only tolerate it for about 5 minutes. But it's still better than Tasmania Story, because at least NFL had a good soundtrack, if nothing else. It at least had that going for it. Tasmania Story has basically nothing, other than, I guess, the novelty of it being based on an obscure live-action film that no one seems to remember or care about. That's it. Other than that, it's just, okay, imagine Mappy, but, yeah, just without anything good about it. But anyway, let's start playing some games, starting with the classic, all-time legend. I'm of course talking about Asteroids, one of my favourite arcade games. I'm going to put the inverted colour scheme on this one. It's going to look a bit weird here during the intro, but it will look better, I'm sure, when we actually get into it. Yep, here we go. Asteroids from 1991. Though originally from 1979, because that's when the arcade version was out. Yep, you can see we're going to get some quality already. From the Code Monkeys, makers of such classics as Y Ahead and the Simpsons skateboarding. Not sure what to say about that, really. In fact, I don't think I want to say anything further than that. But let's see how they handle Asteroids, because for what it's worth, their conversions of Missile Command and Centipede, they were adequate for the hardware. They weren't great. there were certainly better versions out there even at the time on consoles, but I'm sure they could have done a lot worse. So here we go. 1-player competition play and team play. Which, actually, that sounds like it might be good. Unfortunately, I won't be able to test that out since I'm, playing this on Game Boy Player. And I don't really have a way of connecting a link cable, I don't think. So we're just going to go for 1 player. You can change the difficulty. Let's just go for difficulty 2. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so I think... oh. Okay, apparently A is the hyperspace button. I was expecting it to be the shoot button, though. No, I guess B was kind of the standard by this point. Ooh. Okay, here we go. But yeah, actually this is not bad. Physics seem decent enough. I've played some awful versions of Asteroids. And when I say awful versions, I do of course mean the awful version that was on the Game Zone 2. Though, one issue that I'm noting with this is... Ooh. Okay, nice little wind theme there. But yeah, one issue that I'm noticing with this right away is just the fact that you're kind of limited in terms of directions you can turn in. I think you can only go or face in 16 angles, whereas in the arcade game, yeah, you kind of have full 360 degrees, or at least it felt close to it, if not exact. And this isn't quite doing that. Though I do like the graphics. Obviously, I've made the graphics inverted, because, again, white space is just going to look weird. Yeah, having it inverted, actually, I think it's probably going to help with this one. Or pretty much any space games on the Game Boy, really. Like, this is the colour scheme you want. It's kind of a shame that there's no monochrome colour scheme in this. Okay, let's move away from the edge of the screen. Then I get killed immediately. But yeah, I like this one, actually. It's alright. It maybe gets a little bit slow when there's a lot of asteroids on screen, but it's not too bad. It's, and yeah, considering the amount that's happening on screen, I can kind of excuse it. Plays fine. Like I said, I have definitely played worse versions of Asteroids than this. Like I said, the Game Zone 2 version is awful. Barely even resembles the original game at all. And I've got to be honest, the Atari 2600 version, as much of a technical feat it was at the time, it's not necessarily a great one to go back to. And this, I would say, is definitely better than that. Which is not something I could say for the other Code Monkeys ports that I've played so far. It's like... yeah, if you were to ask me, would I rather play Atari 2600 Missile Command or the Game Boy version, I'd probably go for the Atari 2600 version, to be honest, but... Okay, let's see what difficulty 3 is like, just out of interest. I mean, I've been playing rubbish, but, oh. Yeah, pressed A again, like a dunce. Like I say, the frame rate isn't perfect, but, Game Boy was kind of limited in power anyway, so you kind of have to expect that. I think later on people kind of figured out how to kind of push the limitations of the Game Boy. Also, yeah, apparently I have not figured out how to dodge or use the hyperspace, though to be fair, the hyperspace will sometimes just spawn you into an asteroid and just kill you anyway. So it's kind of just random chance. But yeah, I have not brought my A game today, unfortunately. But like I say, I like this one. I definitely say it's the best of the Code Monkeys ports. I mean, this is the last of them. We won't see, Millipede or, various other Atari classics such as Major Havoc. I don't think they ever made a Game Boy version of that. They probably should have, because that game is cool. Okay, let's actually use the hyperspace before I die again. Yeah, like here. Yep, spawns me to the path of an asteroid, but okay. Yeah, apparently I am absolute rubbish at asteroids today, but that is not a fault of the game. That's just me being, I don't know. I'm just, also yes, you are watching the stream. Is it actually updating the thing? I think it is. Hold on. Yeah, there's not a whole lot going on in the chat for now. Okay, let me fix this. Yeah, there we go. There's the chat. I may have to amend that later. Oh, you can play Symphony of the Night on PC. Oh, that sounds cool. You know what's also cool? Asteroids on Game Boy. Not bad. Yeah, going back to this list. I mean, here's where the other Code Monkeys ports ranked, at number 23 and 24. Keep in mind that the top row is with just the headings. But yeah, I like that. This is definitely better than the Missile Command port. It's better than Brainbender, it's better than Hyper Load Runner. Is it better than Boxel? I'm not sure. I mean, Boxel is pretty good. But at the end of the day, you are just pushing boxes. You know, you're not shooting asteroids in space. You know, was there a UFO in Boxel 1? I can't remember. There is a UFO in Boxel 2. So I don't think it quite manages to make it past that. I mean, Clax, Space Invaders, I mean, those are all-time classics. You know, there is a bit of lag. Or not lag, but there's a little bit of, what's the term? Slowdown on the Game Boy version. So it's not perfect. But, yeah, I'd take it over Boxel 1. It's not quite as good as Boxel 2, though. Boxel 2 is a UFO, and it has a level editor, and you can select your music. I think I would play it over Q-Billion, though. Just barely. I'm like, you know what, Q-Billion, you know, it's cool. It's got a rat. It's got numbers. But it gets a little bit confusing at times, and you know, Asteroids, sometimes I just want to play a game without the confusion. So yeah, I'm gonna... Oh. I pressed the wrong button. What's it doing? No! No. Oops. Hold on, let me fix this. Okay, apparently it, like, undid my copy thing. Which is great. Okay. I fixed it! Let's make this final. Yep, Asteroids. Better than Boxel 1. Not quite as good as Boxel 2, though. Also, yes, Shove It, the Mega Drive classic, of course. I don't know. I prefer the Game Boy version just because... Well, the Mega Drive just isn't really the platform for Sokoban, to be honest. But anyway. Yes. We are now on the wheel. I've made some amendments to this, and when I say I've made some amendments, I mean that I've essentially doubled the amount of games on the wheel. So, yeah, we've gone from like 17 or 18 games to 32 games. So I've added a whole bunch of 64K titles, hence the title of the stream, in case you're wondering what that's about. I've added a whole load of 64K games that I think they just have as like this... just pack of games that they just tend to include on multicarts when they need more games. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting because I am not familiar with a lot of these. Some of them I am, but I think the majority of the games I've added, I don't think I've played them for more than 5 minutes. So, let's go. Let's do it. Also, I'm going to have to... Oh, wait, was it not playing the sound? Oh, no. Well, we may as well get this thing out of the way. This pile of dung in a bag that someone left in front of my door. Well, it's got to be done. Yep. Castelian. Let's do it. Yeah, it's kind of funny looking at these games. It's like half of these games I look forward to playing, and the other half I'm like, oh no, do I really have to play this? Suffice to say, Castelian is one of the latter. Bubble Ghost is one of the former, which is what I was hoping would come up. But nope, it had to be Castelian. Yeah, sadly not Kuro-chan Land. I do have that game, and we will see it eventually. But, yes. Castelian. Well, if you just give me a second to mentally prepare myself... Okay. Okay, let's pick this colour scheme. Why not? Ooh. It's got a cool theme song, at least. So that is 1 point in its favour. I like this theme. Also, it features, like, a pig-like creature. Which is the character you play as, in case you're wondering. So, you know what? It's got some things going for it. You know, created by Bits, and Howard Rosen, the long-forgotten brother of Michael Rosen. Also, you can see I'm trying to make the Mickey Mouse game come up. I mean, that's been on the wheel since, what, the second stream, I think? Anyway, yeah, so if I press select, it goes into this menu. I can turn the music off. Oh, I can actually have both on. Okay, let's do that. Like, why would I want to switch them off? That's just weird. So, yeah, Castelian is... Oh, actually, maybe I should have picked the inverted colour palette for this one. Okay, I didn't realise there was, like, a space background in this, because when I played this on the NES, there was no space background, it was just black. So, yeah, Castelian is yet another puzzle game, though a little bit different to most of the other ones I've been seeing. This one's more of a puzzle platformer. The puzzle being... Well, actually, I'm not sure what the puzzle is. Yeah, might as well just mute the TV. Oh, okay, I don't know what happened there. That was just weird. Also, there doesn't seem to be much in terms of options in this version. Actually, I might have to reset the game, because this this colour scheme does not look right. I was expecting to have to use just, yeah, the inverted colour scheme for space games, but yeah, this game might necessitate it as well. But yeah, so... Like I say, this is kind of a puzzle platformer. The idea is that you have to get to the top of the tower. But I think the real idea behind this game was that the... You know, like the programmer was like, okay, I've got this really cool looking graphical effect, you know, where you make the tower rotate and it looks awesome. Unfortunately, they never actually hired a level designer to work on this game. And... Yeah, the level design in the game is just straight up evil. Like, it's basically a game just full of gotcha moments, basically. That's what this entire game is based on. It's not really... I mean, I guess there is memorization, but oftentimes you end up with moments like that, where it's just, oh, the game just decided to knock you off the platform for no good reason. With a thing that's, like, impossible to dodge. It's just... I don't know. Like, this is a game that I think is almost good, but it's just arbitrarily difficult to the point of annoyance. Like, this is a game that I think originated on... Was it Commodore 64? It feels like a Commodore 64 game. But yeah, this was on Commodore 64. It was also on the NES and Atari 7800. Also, the time limit is crazy. I think if you do this flawlessly, you'll have maybe 10 seconds left on the timer. It's ridiculous. Honestly, I don't think there's really a reason for this game to have a timer. It's kind of hard enough as it is. I don't know. See, this game frustrates me in a way that... Well, in a different way to most of the other kind of bad games, because, you know, like, NFL frustrates me because it's a barely controllable piece of shit. This frustrates me because they almost had a good game. You know, they have awesome graphics. Like, the graphics on this are top tier. I do have to give it credit for that. You know, the graphical effect they've got here is... Yeah, it's actually really impressive. Graphically, I'd say this is one of the best games we've seen. The controls are a bit weird, but you can get used to them with a bit of practice. Yeah. But, yeah, you can get used to them with practice. What you really can't get used to is the obstacles. You get ones that just spawn in intermittently. I guess kind of like the fireballs in, I don't know, Mario Brothers or something, only infinitely worse. Like that, like how am I meant to dodge that? It's impossible. Like, you just can't jump high enough. I don't know. And, like, I think the worst thing about it is that they do not give you enough time to solve the levels. Honestly, if they got rid of the time limit, this might be playable. But I think the time limit kind of makes the game virtually impossible. And there are options in other versions of this where you can actually change, like, certain things about the game, I think. I do know that the Famicom version has a password system, which is something I don't think any other version had. Okay, let's go back in and let's use the inverted colour palette, see if that improves the game in any way. Well, that's a pretty awesome looking title screen. Okay, let's try it without the music, see how that goes. So, like I said, the controls in this are weird too, because how they work is that to jump, you press the A button, and to shoot, you press the A button. Which is really weird. You know, you'd think you just use the B button to shoot, but no, it doesn't work like that. I don't know. But yeah, it's like... Though, the thing is, okay, I'll make it sound worse than it actually is. The controls really aren't that bad. It's bizarre that they use the same button for both things, but it doesn't break the game. Like I say, it's the level design and enemy placement that breaks the game. This game upsets me. I don't know. I mean, I've played this on the NES and Atari 7800, and yeah, I'll tell you right now, neither of those versions are any good. Basically, it's the exact same problem. It's just way too difficult for its own good. Oh. Also, you can pause the game, but it doesn't actually display a pause message like in every other Game Boy game, which is weird. Also, let me fix the chat here. Apologies. Okay, let's take a drink. Yeah. I will say for the record... Oh. If it if it wants to unpause... Okay, that doesn't really work the way I expect it to. Okay, so you can kill certain enemies, which does help. But then you have moments like that. It's like, okay, why did the game do that? Was it to annoy me because it worked? I don't know. It's like, you know what happened? I think they accidentally hired the Joker to design the levels. I don't know. They had a sabotage man in the studio. I do wonder if anyone's ever taken this concept and I don't know, just mellowed out the difficulty a bit. Because again, if this game had adjustable difficulty levels, it might fix it. There we go. So you can kill some of these enemies, but it's not obvious as to which ones you can kill. Like, I think there are some balls that are indestructible. Like this one I think you can't kill. Like the blue one. You can kill the yellow ones, or the flashing ones, whatever. I want to say this was slightly easier on the NES, but I'm not certain on that. So like this thing you cannot kill. The game just doesn't let you, because the game's a bastard. Which wouldn't be so bad if you could jump over it, but you can't even do that because your jump is too short. Like here, I have to... Like, I'm forced to wait for this stupid thing to move out of the way. And like... Why does that hit me? Why not just place the ball further away from the platform? I don't know. In some ways, it's a bit like Castlevania The Adventure, in the sense that it's almost good. Like, the level design itself isn't necessarily bad. It's just the enemy placement ruins it. And the fact that your character is just too underpowered. I don't know. I think those are basically what ruin it. Like, is there... Actually, I want to check. Is there a cheat code for this game? Because I think that's the only way to play it. If this game doesn't have cheat codes, it's pretty much unplayable. It's a game that you basically are forced to use them to make any progress. Like, let's put it this way. If anyone has ever beaten level 1 of this game, I would be impressed. So yeah, there is a level select at least. Not that it matters, because, I mean, I can't imagine the later levels being any easier. If the later levels are seriously easier than that first one, then that's just... someone messed up. Like, honestly, I think I would do better in Sonic 3D Blast 5 than I would playing this game. Also, wait, is the same working? Yes, okay, it is. I wanted to check. Oh, wait, hold on. There's a cheat code for unlimited time, but I don't know if that applies to the Game Boy version. Hold on, actually, I may have found a way to fix this. Let me check this. Because I want to see if this actually works in the Game Boy version. Also, yeah, the Game Boy, or Japanese version of this, apparently does have passwords. So, maybe that improves it? What is this code? Okay. Okay, let's test this out. Now, see, apparently there's a code that gives you infinite time. Supposedly this only works in the European version, so this may be the American version for all I know, because I don't think there's any obvious way to tell them apart. Okay, well, at least you can kill the ball. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to be beating level 1 of this. I've got to be honest. Castelian. Well, I'm glad to finally get that game out of the way. I mean, what do you think? Do you think it's better than Tetris? I don't know. I think it's got better graphics than Tetris, so you know, that may give it the edge. No, I don't even need to consider this half the list. We're going straight down. No, we're going somewhere definitely in the bottom 10 somewhere. I mean, it's no Street Rider. It's no Tesserae, because Tesserae, it's dull, and not necessarily all that enticing in any way, but there is something to the puzzles in that game. Like those puzzles, there was thought put into how the puzzles work in it. It's not necessarily good, but I would take that over this. Because at least it's not like... Because Castelian is less... It's kind of just memorization. You just have to know exactly where everything is going to be at every time, and executing it perfectly. Again, maybe if they got rid of the time limit, it might be okay, but I can't get that to work. And there's no option in the menu. The only options are for sound. Like I say, I know the NES version has more options, but even then I don't think you could turn off the sound in that, or turn off the timer in that version either. Yeah, Penguin Land is better. Castlevania The Adventure. Castlevania The Adventure is kind of similar, you know. But Castlevania The Adventure at least had really good music, and it wasn't necessarily the enemy placement that was the problem, it was just that your character was underpowered. I don't know. Yeah, honestly, I think if I had to choose between this game and Castlevania The Adventure, like, I would rather just load that game up and just listen to the theme for the first level over and over, rather than play this game again. Is it worse than Palamedes? See, again, Palamedes is... I think it's a better designed game. But the Game Boy version is garbage, and the sound in that version is fucking terrible. If I had to if I had to play Castelian or Palamedes again, I mean, neither of them are good. Castelian is at least kind of a competent version of itself. It's just a competent version of a bad game. I think that's what it comes down to. Palamedes is a bad version of a good game, and it's like, well, I may as well just play one of the better versions. Castelian, I don't think I'm missing much by playing the Game Boy version over the other ones. I probably would rather play the NES version, but it's going to be the same shite either way, so, yeah. Yeah, congratulations to our new bottom 5 game, Castelian, which has pushed Castlevania The Adventure out of the bottom 5 and slightly into Redemption, I think. You know, it's got the hot gems going for it. You know, the gems in Castelian are okay, but they're not Castlevania The Adventure level gems. Okay. So, let's hope for better from our next game. Hopefully a 64K title. Nope, apparently it's just going to go through all the 32K titles today. Even though I've added a ton of 64K games, the wheel has decided, fuck that, we're just going to do all the 32K ones instead. But this one might actually be quite interesting. It's got to be better than... it has to be better than the game I just played, at least. Okay, so, yeah, Volleyfire. In fact, I think this is yet another game that would work quite well with the inverted colour scheme, so let's try that out. So I think this is another space game. So here we go, Volleyfire, for the Game Boy. Yeah, see, look at this, the inverted colours actually work quite well with this game. I like this. Yes, from Toei Animation, which is usually a bad sign when it comes to games, because their Famicom games are usually god-awful. This is kind of interesting, though. I don't think this is based on, like, an existing license. Maybe it was intended to be, and they just decided to change it. But, here we go. We've got the Battlefield. So, let's see what we've got here. One thing that I've seen a real lack of so far has been space shooters. You know, I mean, what have we had? We had Dan Laser, which I think is, like, the only scrolling shooter we've had so far. We haven't really had any others. You know, like Dan Laser, and that's about it, really. I don't know. I mean, this isn't really a scrolling shooter. In fact, I'm not even sure what you would categorize this as, to be honest. I guess almost like if Space Invaders, except instead of, like, the Space Invaders, you just replaced it with a clone of the main character. It's kind of what this feels like a little bit. Yeah, this is definitely closer to Space Invaders than it is to Dan Laser, I think. Oh, you bugger. Oh, actually, I think you can shoot the bullets out of the air as well. Granted, the bullets are very thin, so that's not necessarily going to help much, but you can do it. Also, yeah, this theme song is really good. I have to give the game this. It's got a very good soundtrack. Though, yeah, it could do with a crazy mode, I think. A crazy mode, I think, would give this game some points. But the music is definitely far better than what Dan Laser has. It's got that going for it. Or, you know, maybe this is the crazy mode. Maybe this lacks a normal mode. Like I say, the jams in this are suitably warm. You know, they're not quite Jeff Follin. But like I say, I mean, it's the best Toei animation game I ever played. It's far better than... I mean, you compare this to Hokuto no Ken on Famicom. It's not even in the same postcode as that game. I don't know what it was about Toei Animation. They just made some of the worst, like, Famicom games ever. I mean, I guess Hokuto no Ken 2 was, like, almost decent, but... yeah, the rest of them were kind of trash. Actually, no, I mean, 80 Days Around the World, or whatever that game's called, that one's alright. But yeah, oh, hold on, what am I doing? Yeah, see, here we go, just look for the gaps. Something slightly reminiscent about Alleyway, actually, with, like, the rocks scrolling. And I think there is actually vertical scrolling on some of these levels, where the screen scrolls down towards you. And I guess, like, the enemy you're fighting against is, like, flying backwards the whole time. Which is a bit odd. Also, I know that this song has been used in, like, various bootlegs as well. Like, is it, like, the Mega Drive, like... Is it VMV? Like, their bootlegs? Yeah, I've definitely heard this used in at least a couple of those. Which is a shame. This game deserves better than to be reused for that. Because VMV are, like, bottom tier. As far as, like, bootleg game developers go. It's like, okay, there we go. And I think there are power-ups in this. Let's see. Yes, here we go. Now we've got just, like, space debris scrolling to the right. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, you can't shoot the space debris down, it just gets in the way. I think what other games this makes me think of. I can't think of any. Okay, so I've got the S, which I think just makes me invincible. Which, you think it would be like a speed power-up, but no. Also, you cannot move up and down. You can only move left and right. And I don't... oh, okay, so A and B actually do the exact same thing. They're both just the shoot button. Here we go, you got this almost remix of the other theme. Jumping Lego Batman. Yeah, I try not to think of the Lego Batman bootleg, because it's really bad. It is seriously not good. I'm not sure if I'll try to play through this whole thing. I mean, I will play it for at least a little bit, because I can't remember if I ever beat this game. I know I've spent some time with this one before. And, like I say, this one is quite good. I'm quite fond of it. Though actually, I'm not entirely sure if the inverted color scheme necessarily works particularly well for this game. Yeah, I was expecting, like, stars in the background. I mean, Castelian could do them. This game apparently cannot. I don't know, maybe that would have slowed the game down. But, you know, I will take not having stars in the background over not having evil level designs like that game. think it's worth the trade-off. Although, I could probably do with, like, a weapon upgrade, because I'm pretty sure those are in this. You can get, like, better lasers. Maybe I can get the elusive Dan laser. Or Ted laser. Or Benito laser, or whatever they call it. Whatever the, upgraded version is. Vivian Laser. That should be the sequel. Oh! Okay. So far, the AI not actually putting up that strong of a fight. The only hard part is actually trying to land the hits in on him because, well, just because the debris keeps getting in the way of all my shots. Also, because you can... Oh, okay, I think I... Did I get hit there? Or did I, like, shoot the laser out of the way in time? I couldn't tell. I don't think my health went down, so... And I think there are bosses in this. You have to do, like, 3 or 4 levels, and then there's, like, a boss. I think. Oh, hold on. Now, I remember this now. Yeah. So, those, like, ice blocks in the middle or whatever, yeah, those reflect your shots. So what I can actually do is I can just wait for the AI to kill itself. Like that. Like, the AI will just, like, this is like playing, Wario Blast featuring Bomberman on Game Boy, where, the AI will often just kill itself before you can get the hits in on it. So I'm actually going to be just careful with my shots. If a power-up shows up, I'll go for it, but... Yeah. Thankfully, the AI is not especially well programmed. It will just, like, actively try to shoot where the mirrors are. I don't know, mirrors, plexiglass, whatever it is. I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure the AI, like, most of these hits have come from it. Yeah, you can win this level by doing nothing. Like, look at this. I'll just go to the... Oh. I was going to say go to... Sod off. Oh. I think I almost hit myself there. Come on, you know what? If the AI is going to keep, like, trying to hit me... There we go. Also, yeah, the AI does not have iframes. Cool sound. I mean, granted, the game is kind of turned down on my end because I don't want the sound to echo too much. Actually, how is the sound? Is it good? I think this game might be a little bit quieter than some of the others. I don't remember. I'm not sure how the volume is on this one. But yeah, any stage that has mirrors, you can usually just rely on the AI just to kill itself. Ooh. Oh no, he actually got a hit in. Somehow. I'm amused by some of the names, like, you know, we are on the Elsa planet, or whatever this is called. Maybe it's the Eliza planet. Eliza Doolittle, the game! You gotta pack up your troubles by shooting them down with your laser. Here we go. Yeah, so, welcome to the boss level. So this one, you just shoot down a bunch of turrets. Unfortunately, the game hasn't given me any weapon upgrades, which might be quite useful here. I'm sure you could get them, but I think it just happens at random. Or maybe it spawns on specific levels, I'm not sure. But, like I said, I'll give this game a go, see how far I can get. I mean, I'm already at the end of level 1, so this is already proven to be more successful than Castelian. Though, like I say, Castelian is a game that was just designed to be evil. In a way that this game is not. Like, I'm sure this game gets hard towards the end, but... Yeah, like I said, I can't remember if I ever played through this. I know I've tried to, and I think I got stuck early on. Not this part, this part's kind of easy, but I think afterwards, you start getting, like, debris that comes towards you, and you have to dodge it constantly, and that's where I think where it gets hard. Also, yeah, there are no mirrors on this level, unfortunately. You can shoot down the lasers, though, even though it looks like you shouldn't be able to, because of how big they are. The game actually does decide to be kind to you. It just says, yeah, you can just shoot those down. Though, one thing that mystifies me, I don't know who made this game. Sources online just say Toei Animation made it, or that they just don't credit a developer. Yeah, like I said, I have no idea who made this. I cannot find credits online. It's a shame, because this one's actually pretty good. Unlike Tasmania's story, where you know, the developers not taking credit was probably wise of them. Yeah, I don't know. I feel sad for the people who worked on this and then didn't even get to put the game on their CV. But you know, we made this cool shooter game. You may have heard of it. It's called Volleyfire. Or at least you may have heard of it if you're familiar with multicarts. So yeah, the bosses seem to have more health than the other ships. I mean, I assume they're just different ships to one another. It's like one ship dies and everyone takes its place and then you run out of them. Oh, there we go. That's one down. Also, yeah, you can't mash buttons in this. Thankfully, you can't fire that many shots on screen anyway. Oh. Okay, the screen like went blank on my end for a second. Okay. Yeah, thanks, stream setup. I appreciate it. Like, I don't know if you could tell, but, like, the screen just went blue for a second, and the game has infiltrated my GameCube! So, okay, we have the Rio Quasar. I almost thought that said RID, but no, that looks different to the D on the bottom left. Yeah, it's like the development studio in Tasmania story, they're like, yeah, we do not want to be credited for this, sod that. Like I say, I feel sad for the people who made this. Yeah, we have the Tran planet and the Rio Quasar. Is this the trans planet? Just an entire planet just full of trans people, I don't know. Sounds cool. Though it also, the ring also makes it look like a gas planet, so maybe not especially level. Oh no! Yeah, this is where the game gets hard. Because, okay, what makes this game so hard? You see that rock on the bottom of the screen? Yeah, that will sometimes, like, poke out from the bottom, and it will just kill you instantly, I think, if it touches you. So, yeah, you basically have to just constantly dodge it. Also, I have no idea what the B does. Maybe that was points? But yeah, these tend to be the hardest levels, just because that thing on the bottom is a bastard. And I don't remember how many levels have it, but it's more than one, I can tell you that. Also, I don't know what these faces are for. I don't know if we get points for shooting them. They're just there to get in the one. Yeah, you only get points for destroying the enemy ships and bosses, I guess. Oh, hold on. They fire, like... Yeah, they fire missiles. I guess sometimes... Yeah, you can use those to the advantage. Maybe... Oh. Maybe not. Okay, I didn't realize they could move. Okay, that's kind of a problem. I was thinking if they just sit on the edge of the screen, then you can use that to your advantage by just sitting in the middle, but... Yeah. Turns out, no, it doesn't work that way. The game just decides to be a bastard and just has them kill you. So yeah, the difficulty scales up pretty quickly, basically. Like I say, the first level's pretty easy, this level not so much. I want to say that the level after this is easier. Mostly because it doesn't have that stupid rock or the things in the middle that kill you. Like, they really put your... Like, of course they don't put a rock behind the enemy. I guess they figured, you know, the AI needs a handicap because it's so dumb. So yeah, I still beat the AI. Yeah, also this level, so watch this. Yeah, so now you're just flying up while the AI flies down. So the walls don't kill the AI, but I'm pretty sure they can kill you. Which is kind of a problem. Also the fact that I'm having to tank hits because I can't really... Well, there's no real way to avoid that, as far as I know. Maybe if I could get weapon upgrades, I could do it. Also, yeah, if I continue... what does that put me? Yeah, it puts me on... Okay, so it at least lets you continue from the spot where you left off, so there is that. But yeah, like I said, the walls do kill you. It's not a case of, you know, they prevent you from moving or anything. No, you just straight up get killed. Despite the fact that the AI does not get killed. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those games that's kind of good, but has some real noticeable flaws going on with it. Like, it's like some levels just put you at a massive disadvantage. Presumably because, again, the AI is just, like... It's like they realized how bad the AI is, and they were like, okay, we need to make this challenging somehow. Actually, no, did the walls kill the AI there? I couldn't even tell. Also, I'm not sure about this laser sound. Doesn't help that the walls also block your shots. I mean, I get that it makes sense. On the other hand, it's also really annoying, because actually landing a shot on the AI is nearly impossible on this level. Just because there are way too many bricks. It's like they just took a level from Action 52, and they just stuck it in this game. And said, yeah, try shooting for all this. Though it's kind of funny, this actually predates Action 52. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I really wish I could fly up at this point. And just fly into the bastard and just shoot the fuck out of him. Because I gotta be honest, I'm not sure about this level. Yeah, this is like they just took Star Evil and just put it into this level for some reason. See, like that looks like it hit the AI and it didn't count it. Okay, I want to at least see what the next level looks like, because I want to know. Also, I think your weapons do get downgraded if you die, so if you're on the later levels and that happens, good luck. See, if the AI was smarter, it would pretty much make this game impossible, I think. So the only thing that makes this game possible is that the AI just acts completely at random. Again, like, I really wish this game had vertical control. If this game had that, it would be way better. Especially on levels like this. Where, again, because there's too much distance between you and the AI, and actually landing a hit is way more difficult than it should be. If they got rid of half of these blocks, or, again, just allow you to move up and down, this would be a lot less frustrating. Okay, so here we go. We've got another one of these mirror levels where I can just do this. Yeah, let's see if I can win this level by just not shooting at all. Also notice that these levels are a lot thinner than the ones from the previous level. Here we go. JP wins by doing absolutely nothing. Assuming I don't take too many stray hits. Which is actually easier said than done when you're not firing yourself. Oh, here we go. Give me the L. I think that's health? Yeah, okay, so I got my health back. Okay, so I did fire shots there, but, I was just trying to get the upgrade. So I was hoping it was like an upgraded shot. So those are quite useful for the boss. Jellyfish? No, this is a real game. This is an actual retail release. So this is called Volleyfire. Like I say, this game is not necessarily bad. It's jank. Going back to it now, I'm like, yeah, this game is kind of jank. It's far from the worst I've played. I mean, this is infinitely better than Castelian, just in the fact that, like, it's actually playable beyond, like, the first screen. Because, like, Castelian is a game that was just designed to be, like, unfinishable without save states, I think. This game, I think it just relies more on dumb luck, sometimes. Yeah, the music in this is quite good. I quite like the soundtrack for this. It's one of the better soundtracks I've heard from these games so far. Actually, no, this is taking way too long. Fuck this. Also, hello, X-Keeper, how are you doing? I think I saw you, what was it? It was like plagiarizing cutting room floor articles. It's like, yeah, it was good to see that. We can find a way to cancel everyone who does that. Yeah, I may not survive this level. it does look like a jellyfish, but it looks nothing like pink jelly, though, especially with this colour palette. But like I say, this is far from the worst game I've played. It is far from the best. If I had to choose between this and Dan Laser... Now that I think about it, that's a difficult question. I'm not sure which one I'd pick. Would I rather play this or Dan Laser? That's a tough one. I'm gonna have to think about it. But yeah, Volleyfire. If anyone knows who made this game, I'd love to hear it. Because, like I say, I could not find developer credits for this one at all. And I find that unfortunate. Like I say, at the very least, it's a far better game than Tasmania's Story, which is the other uncredited game that I've got on the list so far. I mean, it's infinitely better than that. it is no Tasmania story. And that can only be a good thing. But, okay, so compared to Dan Laser, it's got a better soundtrack than Dan Laser. But I feel like Dan Laser had the better level design, and the level designs weren't necessarily great, but I think they were more workable in that game compared to Volleyfire. The controls in Dan Laser were better just because you could move up and down, and you could also hold the button down to shoot, which helped as well. I mean, what lets Dan Laser down a bit is the music. It's not bad necessarily, but it's beepy. You have to turn the sound down for it. Not off, but just down. It's, it's a bit beepy. Not great. Volleyfire is more original, I guess. I can't think of many games that play like it, but if I had to choose between that and Dan Laser, I think I would go for Dan Laser. I mean, Daedalian Opus, the game where you have to fit blocks into a quadrilateral shape. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we ain't doing geometry. We're trying to play some games. And that's one thing Volleyfire's got. Volleyfire has got games. Well, at least a game. I don't know. Would I rather play Daedalian Opus? I mean, Daedalian Opus is a lot less exciting, I guess, but it's better designed, I think. Street Rider... That is a difficult one. I would play it over World Bowling. World Bowling is kind of okay, but I don't really see a reason to return to it. But Street Rider... Yeah, I'm going to say, I think I prefer Street Rider. Just because Street Rider is a Rally X-like, and that gives it points. So yeah, I'm going to put this at number 34. Yeah, yeah, it's no Dead Alien, I've got to be honest. But okay, so that is Volleyfire. I really want to play some of these 64K titles. At this point, they definitely make up the majority of this wheel. At least. It's more than half. So, I want some 64K games today. And the game is... Okay, this wheel is just being a bastard. It's just giving me all of, the least good 32K games I can find. Yeah, might as well just get all the lesser 32K titles out of the way. Save all the good stuff for later, apparently. Yep, Flappy Special. So you may have heard of a Famicom game titled Flappy, which was released for the Famicom in 1985. Very early game, pre-Super Mario Bros. Not necessarily all that great. It's what I would call a Sokoban-like, but it's not quite the same. It has, gravity. You just push a block into a specific place. Kind of similar, but not quite the same. Okay, let's go for this colour palette. Let's try it out. So here we go. Flappy Special. So, music, alright to start with. So from DB Soft and Victor. I wonder if this stream's going to get taken down immediately. Yes, Flappy. They love to include this game in multicarts, just like Battle City, though maybe not quite as common as that. So let's try Mode A. Start Stage 1. Oh, I could have sworn there was an option to change the music, but I guess not. Also, yeah, I recognise this level from the Famicom version. So yeah, like I say, Flappy, if you don't know, again, Sokoban style game, not quite the same, but it's similar. I don't know. I mean, the original Flappy I thought was okay for what it was. It's not necessarily a game I would choose to play, but it's inoffensive, I guess. It kind of fits into that category. It's okay, but I wouldn't really choose to play it myself. Now, Flappy Special, as you can probably tell, it's basically Flappy, but on the Game Boy. Sprites were made smaller. It kind of loses a bit of the charm with the graphics, I think. But I suppose it's better to have that than to, yeah, like, crop the screen. So I do think being able to see the whole playfield does help in this case. It's kind of like with the NES version of Load Runner when they cropped the screen just to make the sprites bigger, which I felt was just not really the right move. But yeah, Flappy Special. I wonder how many stages are in this, because on the NES version, or the Famicom version I should say, I think there were 100 and... no, was it 240 levels? It was 200 and something levels. There were a lot. Which was kind of like the biggest thing it had going for it, was just longevity, I suppose. Though, one thing I like about this version right away is that it seems to give you a password after every level. So this one gets points for that. One thing I didn't like about the Famicom version is the fact that, yeah, it's just the fact that you had to beat the game, or to get a password in the game, you had to beat 5 levels to get a password, and clearing 5 levels in Flappy on the Famicom without getting a game over is easier said than done, trust me on that. Like, even just beating the first 5 levels is not easy. Like, you can do it with practice and knowing how the levels work, but even then, the enemies in this game are not easy to deal with. You can land boulders on them, but they move erratically, and you can't really predict where they're going to go, necessarily. They kind of just change direction at random. Kind of like in Volleyfire, actually, now that I think about it. It's workable, but, I don't know. I feel like the enemies aren't quite predictable enough for a game like this. It's one thing I liked about Adventures of Lolo compared to this is that the enemies had sort of more set patterns usually. And I think that worked better for this style of game. But I kind of like the music in this one. This song was not in the... Oh, okay, I got a bit lucky there. But yeah, this song was not in the Famicom version, I don't think, or maybe it just sounds really different in this version. Also, yeah, you can kind of have half block spaces like that, and it works. Flappy end. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be happening. Like I say, the Famicom version has literally 200 levels. I don't know how many this has, but I would assume, given what these games tend to be like, I would assume it's at least 100. But, yeah, this is not bad, actually. I might say this is better than the Famicom version. Maybe not that much better, but, you know, I'd say the music is a little bit better. And the fact that it gives you passwords after every level, as opposed to every 5 levels, I think is also a point in its favour. Because, like I say, yeah, playing through the Famicom version, you might want to have save states just in case. So you don't have to redo, like, 4 or 5 levels again. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about with the enemy patterns being kind of erratic, where there's no real pattern to them, they kind of just change direction randomly. But you can do this, you can stun them, and then push the boulders on them. If there are like mushroom power-ups, at least I think the mushrooms are that's what they looked like on the Famicom anyway. Oops, all 32K games. In fact, yeah, I'm gonna check the wheel, because I think there are 29 games on it now. Yeah, I think about a third of the games left on the wheel are the 32K titles. Maybe the odds are just going to go against me this stream, and I'm just going to play these. Though, honestly, this is probably... Well, no, Asteroids might still be the best one I've played today so far. Okay, what's the point of that boulder on the bottom right? Okay, I don't get that one. Okay, so I need to wait for this enemy to move out of the way. There we go. Also, I don't know if running out of time means you lose, or if you just don't get a time bonus. I don't remember how that works in this. Actually, I think I may have just realised a problem with this. I think I may have messed this one up. Because, okay, so if I do this, I don't have a way to push this block to the right. I can destroy this boulder, but yeah, it doesn't really help. Okay, so press and select, yeah, that's the retry button. Oh, hold on, do you get infinite lives? Or I guess infinite continues, I assume. Actually, yeah, that's one thing I do like. I gotta be honest though, I'm not sure how to... Oh, hold on, no, I just realised what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, it's one of those moments, it's like, oh yeah, no, I've got it. Yeah. I don't know, I don't tend to mind puzzle games like this, sometimes at least. You know, like I say, I don't mind playing Boxel on something like the Game Boy. There we go. Hey, 103 points, wonderful. See, you've really got to use that, like, half space to your advantage. It's interesting. the way it works. Like, I think they got a good idea with this. I'm not sure the game quite fully realises it. But like I say, I mean, it's far from the worst game I've ever played. Again, I think I would take this over the Famicom version. Not necessarily by much. But I would do that, at least. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can kill this enemy first. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna do the old Wile E. Coyote trick and just sit here. No, it just keeps going to the left. Actually, no, I just realised I got the mushrooms, don't I? Yeah, let's do this. Ugh. Also, they do wake up after a while, like 10 seconds maybe. Yeah, there we go. Hold on, did I do this in the right order? I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think they ever made a Looney Tunes version of this, unfortunately. Though, it is one of those games where you can destroy a boulder by accident. It's not like you press a button to do it. Also, I may have messed this one up. Yeah. Because I don't know how you get this one on the right to the end, because... Yeah, because I just can't do it that way. I don't know. There may be a solution to this. Oh, hold on. Actually, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to... Okay, so if you pause the game, it does that. And if press select, it does that. Okay. Also, hold on. I think it says something. I think the bricks are trying to tell me something. Like, does it say, like... flat? Or possibly fiat? Oh, hold on. Actually, that's not going to work. Ugh. Actually, why am I doing that? It's not really going to help. Yeah, see, actually, this is the real solution. What's this? I do find it amusing that if you restart just once, it resets the score. Which is a bit odd. I guess they were like, you know, there's no real purpose in having, you know, like a life system in a game like this. You may as well just, you know, just have a retry option just by default. Which, to be fair, is probably a better way of going about it than the Famicom version did. I think that this does improve on that in a couple of ways. I'd say graphically it's maybe not as good. But design-wise it's better. I could have sworn there was a way to change the music in this, though. Oh, we're on stage 7. So I do know the Famicom version of this had bonus levels. Yeah, so it had bonus levels, and I guess they just didn't include those in this version. Also, I find it amusing that my character's called Flappy, but barely resembles a bird at all. There is something... you know, I like this character design. In fact, on this version, it looks more like Disc Kun rather than, well, rather than Flappy. Yeah, so it's like a white disc Kun. I suppose if I gave it the right colour scheme, or right colour palette, whatever, it would just look exactly like Disc Kun. Unfortunately, there never was a Famicom Disk System version of this, I don't think. Oh, hold on. How do I do this? Let's do it like this. See if I can think my way to victory. I mean, you kind of have to think with this game. Oh, hold on. No, I think I've done it right. I thought I messed up there for a second, but I hadn't. Yeah, watch this. Yeah, JP to the rescue! Even though I've only got 100 points, but I do not care. Yeah, look at that. That was me using my smartness. Here we go, password system. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna go... I'm probably gonna go back to the title screen, because I swear there's a music option in this. I'm sure there are multiple music tracks. Oh. Oh, hold on. No, I see what you're supposed to. So the problem is, if I do that, yeah, that happens. Okay, let's Is there a way to... Ah, here we go. So if I go to the select stage mode, it lets me change the music. Fucking... No, how do I change the music? Yeah, here we go. Oh, yeah, this one's not so good. So this is actually just the default music from the original game. And it didn't sound great on the Famicom. This version, I think, actually sounds worse. So it may lose points with this. Though, to be fair, you can just pick the other song and it works better. Oh, okay, I have to be lined up properly to do that. Yeah, this sounds a bit more shrill. Okay, you know what? Yeah. Want to play this game? Probably best not to pick music track B. Though this level really does just feel like a side-on version of a Sokoban level. Seems like a room from Speedy Egbert, if anyone's played that. Okay. Oh. So we do this! Oh god, I'm gonna get like hardly any points bonus for this level, I think. Just because it takes so long to push these blocks around. Yeah, I'll beat this level. And then I may move on. I'm not sure if anything happens after like level 10, but... if it does, I'm probably not going to get around to seeing it. Especially with this song. Mind you, I brought it down myself by not changing it immediately. Actually, here's a question. Was Flappy popular in Japan? I feel like it must have been, because with how early the Famicom version was released, I imagine a lot of people did buy it at the time. It's like, oh, you know... Famicom games, or the ones that were out at the time, they didn't really have a very long... well, there wasn't a whole lot to them. This game at least gives you tons of levels, so there is that. Oh, okay, the game decided, yeah, we're just going to give you the other song. It's probably better for this one. we know best. Anyway, okay, I think I'll be done with that for now. So yeah, Flappy Special, actually quite a bit better than I was expecting. I think I would still take Boxel over it though. I don't think it's quite on the level of Boxel. You know, not quite as good from the presentation standpoint. You can't make your own levels. Well, actually, I don't think you could in Boxel, but it definitely has improvements over the Famicom version though. So you know what? Yeah, not a bad version. I think I would still take Boxel over it. Brainbender, I think, is a little bit more interesting as a puzzle. But I think I would take it over Cheeky Cheeky Tengoku. I think it's got a bit more going for it than that. Yeah, I think this is a good space for it. Brainbender's a little bit better. Cheeky Cheeky Tengoku, it's more interesting in certain ways, but it's not just as well designed as a puzzle. So yeah, I think that sounds pretty good to me. Okay. Come on, wheel. I don't know why I said that. Okay. We really are just doing the rest of the 32K titles today. Yes, the streamers decided to go against my title. And my mug. Okay, you take a look at this mug. You see a certain character on it that hasn't appeared yet in the series. Yes, it is time to pop up. Just pop up. What even is that as a title for a game? It just makes me think of like the early 2000s on the internet, where like when you would go onto websites back in the day, you know, certain websites, and then you just get like 15 windows coming up, just offering you like Viagra pills. But okay, here we go, pop up. So I think this is a microcomputer conversion. So, let's see what this is like. Well, it's got some good jams to start with, so yes, from Infogrames, which is often not a good sign, but let's see what this game is like. In fact, I think this is yet another puzzle game. I swear we have done most of the puzzle games by this point. I really want to get to like other types of games, particularly platformers, because there are certainly more of those to come. But pop-up. So this is, I think, one of the more strange sort of puzzle games. So, yeah, so pop-up is I'm not totally sure how you describe it. Like I say, I know this was a microcomputer game to start with. Whether it was one that people liked, I'm not sure. But, yeah, you play as a ball. And that's kind of how this game works. Also, I think this may be by Bitmasters. I'm not certain, but it sounds like an Alberto Gonzalez soundtrack. Maybe not quite on the level of Bomb Jack, but still pretty good. In fact, there are slight shades of Bomb Jack to the gameplay on this. They're a lot more abstract. I mean, you're not playing as just some bloke with a funny hat for a start. Wait, hold on. What do I do here? So clearly there's like a fire on the right. Do I just die if I touch that? No, I guess if you have like a certain power up, you get to live. So I think this game also has 100 levels for the record. So, again, I don't think I'm going to be finishing this one. In fact, there are actually shades of mappy to this, now that I think about it. So you'll notice I can just go to the exit right now if I want to, but try to get all the power-ups. Which I've just done. So like I say, this is not a bad game. I'm not sure if I call it a great game. I mean, as far as games that take inspiration from mappy go, this is infinitely better than Tasmania Story. It's got a far better soundtrack for one. You know, it's got that Alberto Gonzalez edge to it that you don't get with Tasmania Story. But is this as exciting as Flipple, an exciting cube game? That's the that's the real question. I mean, it's got a more exciting background. I mean, look at that. Nice, like is it Starfield? I think a little bit. It's a far better game than Starfield. I'm pretty confident in saying that right now. Also, you can just do this. Though it's really weird. Sometimes you can destroy the walls, and sometimes you can't. Like, I think it's based on like power-ups on the top right of the screen, but it's weird. It's like, I don't know what I can and can't do at any given time. It's a little too abstract. So what is this background? It's like, welcome to the caveman times. With the ball. It's like, I don't know what's going on there. I'm trying to figure out what game this reminds me of. There's a game this is more like than Nappy, and I cannot think of what it is. Oh, hold on. Where's the... How do I get the exit? Also, yeah, it's like... I feel like it's also possible to soft-lock yourself if you don't have, certain power-ups. So, like... Okay. I just want to pause the game for a second. What do the icons on the top right mean? So, L, I'm pretty sure, is lives. What do the rest of them mean? So, you've got, like... You've got the potions, I think. A sea... a spaceship, a hammer, and opium. I have no idea what these do. Also, yeah, this is... it's far... No, it's... I'm not sure if it's as witty as Witty Cat, but it's far more quality than Witty Cat. This game doesn't make my ears bleed the way that Witty Cat does, so... You know, I think that's what that game was missing. Though the controls are not the best. It's like, you know, if you press like a frame too early or too late. It's kind of like controlling the special stages in Sonic 3. Oh, easier said than done, in other words. Ooh, oh, wait, what? Oh, okay, you land on the exit sign. Which is literally just the word exit. Which I'm glad they spelled that out for me, at least it makes it clear as to what it is. I think the music is the best part of the game, but that's also because it's a, you know, Bit Manager's game. I think they were called Bit Managers, weren't they? You know, the Alberto Gonzalez studio. You know, that one. But yeah, this is not bad at all. I could get into this. But like, oh, hold on. No, I just realised. L, that's level, isn't it? That's not lives. So I'm on level 6. Ooh, and yeah, you really want to avoid that bottom. I don't know what that does, but imagine if I went down there, I'd probably get killed immediately. So, okay, which of these numbers is my lives? Does anyone know? Because I don't know. Hold on. It's not like I say, getting the timing down on these crossing from one platform to another, not especially easy. because it's a bit nebulous as to when you have to press it. It's like... Oh, okay, the game let me get away with that. Okay. So I think it's the 5? I think that's the number of lives I have. Oh no, what am I supposed to do here? Okay, so it just makes the level impossible. Seriously, what do I do then? Oh no! Don't tell me I've got to, like, not lose that platform on the left. If the game expects me to do that, that's not happening. Okay, seriously, how do you beat this level? I mean, is there like a mechanic that lets me generate platforms or something? I can't imagine how you would beat this otherwise. And I pressed the wrong direction by accident. Wonderful. Yeah, like, I genuinely have no idea how you meant to do that. It's just, oops, we accidentally put an impossible level in. And we kind of left it in the game. I love that sometimes the game doesn't let me go in the direction I want to. I think the biggest problem with it is that it's not obvious as to what any of the icons actually mean. Or what your abilities even are. I don't know. It's like, this is like the one game I've played so far where you probably would need the manual to play it. Which is kind of a problem. Because, like, I haven't got a clue how you're meant to beat this level. Because I know that, okay, with those walls on the left you can destroy some of them. But I don't really... I can't move, like, twice to the left to do that. I can only do it once. And what the icons do, I haven't got a clue. So apparently if you press A and B at the same time, you, disintegrate. Okay, you know what, fuck it, I'm just finishing this level. Screw the rest. Of course, the game forces you to get most of the objects anyway. Okay, I think I've at least made it... Oh! Of course, like, you can't tell what the timing is. If there was some kind of visual cue as to when you're supposed to press the button to move in a certain way, it would be a lot more manageable. But it's so nebulous. Again, it's like playing the Sonic 3 special stages, but worse. Because at least there you can usually correct for your mistakes. In this, if you happen to press the direction at the wrong time, you just lose immediately. And I think that's a big problem. Like here, it's like, oh, the game decided that I arbitrarily didn't get some item I needed to beat the level. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this game has something to it, but it's got some serious flaws. If the controls worked better, if the ball moved immediately as you pressed the direction, it would be a lot better, I think. The fact that it's, like, locked to an invisible grid makes it far more cumbersome than it should be. And I think that's kind of the real problem. If it controlled better, this would be quite good, but yeah, I think the controls kind of cripple it a bit. So but again, still far from the worst game I've played. It's one that I might be willing to go back to. Maybe a different version of it, but yeah, if I'm being honest, yeah, this is no Flappy Special. It's no Crystal Quest, that's for sure. Yeah, and I think I'd rather play Dead Alien, to be honest. Would I rather play Street Rider? No, I think this is better than Street Rider. Yeah, I'd say it's also better than Loops. Loops is really only salvaged by Mode C, which is kind of interesting, but the sort of main meat of the game is not great. Yeah, I'm going to say I'd take it over Loops, but it's not quite as good as Daedalian Opus. If the controls were better, or more responsive, and it wasn't locked to some weird grid system, it would probably be a lot better. The soundtrack definitely helps, but it can't carry the game on its own, really. It's not bad, but I don't know. With the amount of puzzle games on this list as there are, this is not one of the better ones, I don't think. Also, I'm going to have to get myself a drink here, so let's spin the wheel again, hopefully get something that's not a puzzle game, because I do want to vary up this list a bit more. Oh, here we go. Now it's time for a true classic. Oh, yes. But first, I'm going to go get myself a drink, so I will be back in a couple of minutes. Hello. Yes, I'm back again. And it is time to play the legend, the man, the myth, the all-time classic. Ooh, look at that, one spot away from Mr. Do, and one spot further from Lock and Chase, Gourmet Paradise. Yeah, there's some real bangers on this screen. Well, potentially. I'm not sure if they're actually that good. But yes, the legend. That is the Paperboy. Are you ready? Are you ready? You better be ready. Here we go. Let's do it. Yeah, there he is. It's your boy. The Paperboy. The boy of paper. So, I'm going to throw out a take that... I think I'm at a... I can talk. I think I'm at a lonely table for one when I say this, but I think the NES version of Paperboy is the best version of Paperboy, because it has entirely digital controls, which makes aiming the papers a lot more manageable. Also, I'm not sure I picked a good palette for this one, but let's just go with it. But yes. Now, Paperboy for the Game Boy does appear to model itself on the NES version, which could make it a contender for the top of this list. Because NES Paperboy is king, and maybe this game is exactly the same as the NES game. So let's see how this compares to that one. Yep, he earns honours and big bucks. Let's do it. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, this is clearly based on the NES version. It's got the same art. You can tell. You have this version. You know what's funny? I don't think I've ever really played this one. I've only ever really played this on... Well, I've mostly played the NES version. I've played a few of the other ones and just didn't like them so much. Okay, the camera's weird. Oh, I love the theme though. Yep, you can tell I'm experienced. I've actually played through the NES version on stream, as a matter of fact. Though I'm noticing a bit of an issue with this one where it's hard to tell which houses you're actually supposed to deliver papers to. Like this one, I know I'm not supposed to, at least not at first, but as you go through the game, there are some houses that, you know, where they resubscribe or unsubscribe based on how you do. Yeah, knock down the... Oh. Okay, it's a little bit harder to see what you're doing in this one, because I think it's just because of the cropped screen. It's kind of inevitable. Also, again, okay, to be fair to this game, I don't think I picked a good palette for this one. Oh. But yeah, I think really the issue so far, the lack of colour, again, makes it hard to distinguish subscribed houses from unsubscribed ones. Yeah, I don't know. I've always much preferred the digital control of the NES version. That's why I like that one so much. The other versions I just never liked as much. Maybe I'm just weird, but... Oh, you sod! Also, yeah, not being able to see stuff in advance does make this kind of a bastard. Oh, okay, weird little flicker there. That's a bit odd. Well, we made it to training course at least. Okay, I want to see if I can try to make it past Tuesday. It's got the sound effects from the NES version. It sounds exactly like those. And, you know, any game that reminds me of NES Paperboy surely must get high marks for that. But I'm not sure if this is quite on the level of the NES version, just because it's harder to see what's coming. But here we go. So 1, 2, 4... What was that? 8, 11... It's hard to keep track. It's a lot... Again, on the NES version, the houses... It's like they paint their house based on whether they're subscribed to you or not. Which is weird, but it at least makes it clear as to which ones... Ooh, which ones you're supposed to deliver to. Like this house, fuck it. Just smash the window. Yeah, this dude unsubbed. If these newspapers had more special effects, they wouldn't do that. Paperboy, fight! It's kind of a shame they couldn't fit Paperboy Calls It Quits in this one. But, yeah, Dat the Boy. If you smash unsubscribers, they might convert. No, what you actually do, to get unsubscribers to resubscribe in this game, you're actually supposed to just deliver to every customer on the street. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 11, 12, 14, 18, 19, I think. But yeah, there's no way I'm going to remember that, so forget I said that. I'm just going to do whatever. I want to at least see if I can get past Tuesday. Like I say, I have beaten this game on stream before. Oh. Okay, I probably shouldn't have thrown the newspaper through that person's house. Oh. See, I love this theme. I think I prefer the NES one slightly more just because I'm weird. This one is probably technically more accomplished musically. I kind of prefer the NES rendition though, because again, I think that's just a me thing. That's not really down to the game. Oh. Though I am playing as an idiot. Yeah, basically if you do perfect play. But again, I don't think losing a life matters. All that really matters is that you just deliver to all the houses that you're supposed to. And then the game does that. Though I think in the Famicom version, it gives you 2 resubscribers if it happens. The Famicom version was made slightly easier in that sense, I guess. Though it's mostly the same. Famicom version, incidentally, was published by Altron, who of course also published the Famicom version of Tom and Jerry Best of the Best. So you know they've got good taste. But yeah, I'm certainly well below my best here. It has been a while since I've played this game, to be fair. Like, since I beat it, I haven't really gone back to it, so you have to excuse my poor play. Though, to be fair, it can partially be obscured, or not obscured, probably be excused. I can't even talk. Excused, excuse me, on the fact that the screen is smaller, and also it seems like you're always on the right end of the screen, which gives you less time to see what's coming, and that is a definite problem with this version. It wasn't so much of a problem on the NES, just because you had a larger screen to work with. Yeah, I don't know. It could have been a contender, but I think the lack of colour makes it hard to tell which houses you're supposed to deliver to. And yeah, it's just, if they positioned the Paperboy to be more in the middle of the screen, it would help, you know. Also, if they gave him a yellow hair and a yellow hat, like on the box art, or grey hair and a yellow hat, you know. But grey hair? Is he a Paperboy or a Paperman? Paperman. That sounds like the name of a superhero film. When that comes out, I'm going to talk about it for 48 seconds and then call it a full review. Sorry, I just had to get that reference in there. But yeah, it certainly doesn't break into the top 10. As much as I like the NES version, it's kind of like DuckTales in that sense. It takes one of my favourite NES games and just produces kind of an inferior version of it. But DuckTales had a lot more level design-wise. I feel like there was more reason to play it, just because it had the different levels. So it's not as good as that. It's not as good as Asteroids. I think that was just a more solid arcade port. Flappy Special, I don't know. Would I take Flappy Special over this? Yeah, because Flappy Special was an improvement over the Famicom version. This is not. You know, Centipede, I guess it's kind of similar to Centipede in the sense of how this was ported. I think I'd rather play Centipede. And I think I would also rather play Crystal Quest. I think I'd rather play Yakuman, at least with a second player. But I would take it over Alleyway. Actually, no, I wouldn't take it over Alleyway. I would take it over Dan Laser, though. It is better than that. So, congratulations to our new top 30 game, Paperboy, for the Nintendo Game Boy. Paperboy on the Game Boy. See, now if only we could have Paper Girl for the Game Girl, or Paper Gear for the Game Gear. Oh, wrong screen. Oops. Stream's falling apart by the seams. Okay. But that is Paperboy. Oh, yes. time to play the game of harmony. Yeah, on the subject of microcomputer ports, just like Pop-Up and Castelian. Yeah, let's keep going with those. So, Game of Harmony. Oh, Paper Duck. I would play that any day. Or you know what, Paper Swan for the Wonder Swan. That would also be cool. But yes, it is time. There are so few 32K games left. There's less than 10 of them at this point. Not that it necessarily matters, according to this wheel. But, yeah, Game of Harmony. Let's try this out if I can find it. Here we go. Yeah, let's try this palette. Just because. Yep, Accolade. Oh yes, they're back. The Game of Harmony. Let's do it. By, does that say Chris Bankston, I think? Oh yes, you thought the Code Monkeys games were over. Oh no, they've got one last parting shot. But this time it's not an arcade port, so this is going to be a different proposition. Also, yeah, US Gold, always a seal of quality, that. So, yeah, this is a game so complex they need to tell you how it works. So I guess I wonder if they took the Asteroids port and made this out of it. But okay, so you generate a pod of the third shape. Run over pods for energy. So those are apparently pods. Though I'm not sure how they differ from the third ball thing that came up. Pods expand into new balls if left. Okay, so don't leave them, I guess. That is an ultimate triple threat. Yes, the triple threat of Bubsy, Strider Returns, and Animal Soccer World. You know it's going to be nothing but quality with that. But, okay, let's see if we can figure this out. So this looks a little bit like, oh, what's that game? Yeah, so at first it looks a little bit like Space Duel, the arcade game. Okay, so this doesn't play exactly like, Asteroids. For one thing, you accelerate with the A button, as opposed to up. Also, yeah, there's no shoot button or anything like that. Though I think the screen does loop. Yeah, you can do that. Oh, wait, what's it doing? This really does have slight Space Duel vibes to it, though it's nothing like that, really. Also, yeah, the assembly line, who, I think, made Pipe Dream, or, you know, they had some involved. Oh, great. No, that works. Okay, level 2. Yep, gotta fit through this tiny gap. It's, like, just as big as the bubble that you control in. So, I'm playing as the ship from Asteroids in a bubble. Which is really weird, because the ship from Asteroids, in the Asteroids port from the start of the stream, looked completely different. Which actually was probably for the best, because trying to recreate vector graphics on Game Boy wouldn't necessarily work all that great. Okay, how do we do this? Oh, okay, hold on, now I see. So I kind of see what they're doing with this. It's... yeah, you have to try to just avoid making the blocks hit the wrong ones. No, get over here, you swine. Yeah. Yeah, so I get it. So, yeah, this is a puzzle game, which almost has the pretense of looking more like Asteroids, but it's not. Which is unfortunate. Okay, there we go. So was there an invisible timer in this? Because I noticed that they were, like, pulsating faster towards the end. Here we go. Square pod bonus. You tell me what that means. I haven't got a clue. I didn't see anything about that in the instructions. Okay. Oh, is this like the egg wave from Joust? He's got to collect all of them before they hatch. Oh god, this is... It's kind of like playing Bosconian almost. You just do them in order. Maybe not. Or, you know, maybe this is a bonus level. Feels like it anyway. Ooh. Oh, I could do it. Oh, you sod. Of course it... Okay, I did it. 1,700 points is what I'm talking about. So, I think the question that needs to be asked so far is this game any good. I mean, it's interesting. I like the idea of this game. You know, the whole thing about, okay, we're going to take, you know, kind of like the Asteroids engine and make a puzzle game out of it. Though, it's not like a case that they just took the Asteroids game engine and just, you know, decided to just mess about and make a new game out of it. This is, like I say, this was a microcomputer game to start with, I think. This was on microcomputers, I do know that much. Whether it was any good on those, I don't know. It's a game I never hear anyone talk about. Though I think this went under a different name on the computer versions. So, yeah, good luck looking up information about it. It's just confusing. You know, it's kind of like the same thing with Castelian in that sense, where, you know, the computer versions were called, like, Tower Toppler. Or, no, it was Nebulous, sorry. Nebulous, and then it was Tower Toppler. Then it was Castelian. Which is just kind of needlessly confusing, I think. You are a bit late, Amber, but, you made it just in time for the Code Monkey's last game. Oh, no. Okay, this is... oh, no! There's so much slowdown on this level. Look at this. It's crazy. Oh, how do you do this? Yeah, this is... okay, this is where the game is getting a bit questionable, I feel. So I know I need to get rid of these things before they hatch, I guess. But it just seems completely arbitrary. Like, can you hatch them or not? Yeah, I'm not entirely sold on this one so far. Like, there's something to this, but... yeah, the physics... or maybe the physics, like, the slowdown certainly could have done some work. But, like, what am I supposed to do here? It's like... okay, so I guess I just lose points because, because that ball happened to be on the level at the end. I don't know. There's something to this. It's not one of the worst games. It's not necessarily one I'd want to spend that much time on, but it's like a weird midpoint between like an arcade game and a puzzle game. Like a puzzle arcade thing. I've certainly played much better games like it. Like, as far as that type of game goes, yeah, this is no... I gotta be honest, this is no Pipe Dream, or Pipe Mania, whatever. I was going to say Bomb Jack, but that's not a puzzle game at all. That's just a straight arcade port. Yeah, this one I'd say is kind of middling. It's okay. Like I say, this is no Castelian. This is nowhere near that bad. But it's also not great. I suppose it's nowhere near as bad as you would expect a collaboration between US Gold and Accolade and the Code Monkeys. I don't know what you're supposed to do there. It's like, they just explode arbitrarily. Also, yeah, the sound in this is not great. Also, again, just like Castelian, the time limit just seems very arbitrary. I think that was just a common problem with, like, microcomputer games. They just felt like they had to include a time limit to make it more arcade-like, and it's like, no, don't include a time limit. The game is fine without it. Again, like, Castelian could have been saved by removing the time limit, but they didn't do that, so, you know, into the bin it goes. Where it belongs. I don't know. There's something to this, but I get the feeling that maybe there are other games that have come out since that have done it better. That's the impression I get playing this. It's like, this has the impression of, like, you know, maybe this was, like, the dry run, or the first draft of, like an Archer McLean game or something. Maybe. Like, yeah, like, good luck controlling anything in this. It just doesn't... I don't know. It does sound like an Atari 2600 game, and that's not necessarily something you want on a Game Boy game. Like, what happened there? I just lost for no reason. It's like, oh, we just decided that you just ended the bonus level, even though all you did was collect a dot. Like, how is that dot in any way different to the other dots? It's like, the game just kind of makes up its own rules as it goes along. It's like, what is it doing? It's like, what are you doing, Code Monkeys? I mean, well, I don't think they actually designed the original, but even so. I can't remember who... Actually, who did make this originally? Because I don't think Assembly Line did it. I think they just published the original one. Or maybe they did. I don't know. I can't remember if they actually made any games themselves. Wait, what is going on here? Okay, so now I'm tethered to a ship. Okay, that's kind of interesting, actually. Oh. Oh, that's convenient. Okay, if you fly off the screen, it's just... Oh, no, we just decided that the line is in a different place now. I guess it's a limitation of the engine, but... You know, on a screen as small as the Game Boy, that's not necessarily something you want. Okay, and somehow I got rid of the other blocks. I don't know how I did that. But yeah, this has big, like, micro-computer game energy. Which is often not a good thing. You don't really want your games to be reminiscent of microcomputer games. Or at least I don't, anyway. There are good ones, but many bad ones. That's my take on it. It's like... No. It's like... You know what's really funny? I think one of the only good ones is one that we haven't seen yet, which is Drop Zone. I'm waiting for Drop Zone to come up, because that game is actually quite good. And yet... The wheel has done its best to just completely avoid that game. Like this. It's like... Why does the line just randomly change place? It just doesn't work. Like, this puzzle does not work the way they intended to, I don't think. And if they did intend it like this, then they were lunatics. It's like, ugh, why would you do this? Oh, this is... Also, yeah, the sound effects are kind of terrible, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, I don't mind Atari 2600 sound effects when they're good, but... Yeah, when they're bad, it's like... Yeah, this is like bad Atari 2600 sound effects. It's just, ugh. Yeah, it's like, what are you supposed to do there? No, I don't know. I don't think... I don't think this one's winning me over as it goes along. If anything, it's actually making me want to play the game less. As the puzzles just get more awkward. I don't know. I feel like there's a decent idea, but it probably needs a larger screen than this. I feel like putting this on the Game Boy was maybe the wrong move. Yeah, in fact, I'm just going to stop playing there. I could just let the game just end. And I think I'll do that. But let's rank it. Yeah, this one's going pretty low on the list. It's definitely the worst... Yeah, this is definitely the worst Code Monkeys games we've seen. Because at least the other ones were certifiably based on good games. And I'm not sure that's the case here. I don't know. It's a game that started off okay-ish. And then it kind of just got worse as it went on, I think. So yeah, actually, let's see what the game over screen looks like. Yeah, like, harmony has nothing to do with this game. Like, this game's title is a lie. I call shenanigans. No, actually, hold on, let's see if the game crashes. No, it's not even going to give us the joy of that. You know what? Yeah. That's what I think about this. And that's it. That's the game. Is there a password system? I don't think there is. Unless maybe there is and I just don't know how to activate it. Like, no, if you press start, it just immediately goes in the game. Oh, hold on. There is a way to reset. Yeah, okay. No, so I pressed select that time and it still just went into the game. Yeah, you press literally any button and it goes into the game. So yeah, apparently there is no password system in this. Okay, for a game like this, that's a big problem. I don't know how many levels there are, but it's certainly far more than what I'm willing to play. And, you know, I think about a lot of these games in the terms of, would I want to play these games again? And I think in this case, the answer is no. Or if I was going to play it again, I'd pick a different version. I don't know. And it isn't really until you get to, like, the bottom 10 that you kind of get those games where it's like, you know, Volleyfire I might consider returning to, World Bowling probably not. Flipple I'd just play the Famicom version or maybe the arcade. Yeah, I mean, really, you get into this sort of area. That's where this game is. It's not the bottom. It's not the worst game I've played, but it's far from good. It's better than Castelian. The game is a lot less evil than Castelian. It's also not as evil as Castlevania the Adventure, but it's not as good as Penguin Land. I think if I had to choose between this and Castlevania the Adventure, I would go for this, because I would at least be a little bit intrigued to see what comes next. Castlevania the Adventure, I don't really have much desire to play beyond level 1. Yeah, it's no Tasmania story. It's not that bad. But it's hardly good either. It's very disharmonious. It's the word I would use to describe this one. Okay, so let's pray for something decent. I want something decent, and I also want something I'm less familiar with, I suppose. Oh, here we go. Okay, so here is an interesting one. Deadheatscrambl. The classic, yes. Well, a game so classic they couldn't even fit the title on the menu. But yeah, Deadheatscrambl. Let's see what this is like. Okay, to be fair, they couldn't fit the title on the menu because it's too big. Let's see what this is like. Let's press just up. Why not? Here we go. Deadheatscrambl. So, yeah, we haven't really seen much in terms of driving games yet. Actually, have we seen any driving games yet? I can't remember. I don't recall seeing any. Also, yeah, from Toei Animation. Did they make this game? Did Toei Animation have an internal game studio? Because I don't think they did, because they kind of just outsourced all the games to Shoei, I think. Also, yeah, Electro Brain. It's a great sign of quality. Oh, they published some weird games back in the day. Like, is Eliminator Boat Duel one of theirs, I think? That's a good racing game. So, what have we got here? We have the off-road truck, the sand rail, and the dune buggy. Okay, let's try sand rail since that's the default. See if that's any good. So, I do remember there being a trick to this. Because I think I did try playing this fairly recently. I forget exactly how this works. Yeah, so if you press B, it jumps, I think. So there's a little bit of bump and jump to this. But I think the trick to this game is that you have to hold down the... Oh. Yeah, you have to hold down the B button. Or not hold down B, sorry. You have to hold down up to have like even the slightest chance of qualifying. The evil thing about this game is that while you go at variable speeds, there's no actual speed indicator on screen, so you just kind of have to guess if you're going at top speed or not. You know, like, people get stuck in F1 race on the NES where they don't realise that you can change into a high gear. But at least there's a visual indicator that you can do so. This game doesn't do that. Also, yeah, all I remember about this game is that it's bastard hard, and I can never beat the first level of it. And I have tried playing this one before. And, yeah, I've never beaten level 1. You might be able to tell why. Partly because you just don't get much time to react to what's coming. And, like I say, the game itself is just bastard hard. Like, even level 1, the time limit is so short. And, again, you get so little time to react to anything. Like there, what was I supposed to do? Like, it wouldn't even let me jump? Yeah. So you got this map. It's like, yeah, we're just going to waste your time by forcing you to look at this map for no reason. Also, yeah, I don't know if this game is infinite continues, but I wouldn't count on it, so I'm just going to reset. See if the dune buggy is any better. I'm guessing the other one maybe can ram over the other cars easier. Maybe this one is faster, I don't know. Maybe this is like race driving, in that sense. Not like race driving. Race driving is great. But this does kind of have bump and jump vibes to it, though I gotta be honest. I think bump and jump was a lot better. Partly because it didn't have, well, it had, like, the fuel system, I guess, but the fuel system in that game was far less evil. I think it's just a case that they do not give you much time. like, if you crash more than a couple of times, you're basically done for. It's a case where you really have to know what's coming to stand a chance, I think. Or just be really good with reactions, maybe. But, from what I've seen, a lot of people can't even beat the first level of this one. And it's not necessarily a bad game, but like I say, it's a very difficult game. That's for sure. Oh, here we go. So now, all of a sudden, I've got, like, turbo mode. I think you need the turbo mode to stand a chance at this. But I don't know what causes it. I think it's just, like, maybe collect a power-up or just survive for long enough without crashing. Crashing, I should say. I don't know. Like, there is a secret to this game, but it's totally just not obvious. Again, if the time limit was less evil, it might be better. And it doesn't even let you coast to the goal like an F1 race. Actually, I'm going to look this up, because, like I say, there is a strategy to this, and I may be misremembering what it is. There's something to do with the controls. Like, you do a certain control thing, and it makes... Basically, if you don't do that, the game is pretty much impossible. Wait, did they really publish Star Soldier Vanishing Earth? I didn't realise that. That game is great. This, I'm not convinced. But, hold on, let me look this up. Yeah, it's like, great. So, I swear there was a page online that told you how to play this, and I can't find it. Like, you need the instructions on how to control the game. Not necessarily in terms of, like, steering controls, but, like, how to use power-ups. Because it's the kind of thing that is a lot less obvious than it should be. Hold on, I'm looking this up. I'm trying to give this game a chance. But yeah, it's... Yeah, see, that's just the game description. That doesn't help. Also, I'm not sure about this theme song. Yeah, okay, here's the manual, I think. Yeah, so I've literally had to look up the manual to figure out how this game works. Okay, so up shoots weapons, apparently. Yeah, so B jumps the car. Yeah, so basically I think it's like you have to use up in a certain way to have a chance of surviving this. Yeah, so it's like, okay, so the small, like, what looks like a bottle of liquor, apparently that's a nitro. And you have to manually use it, which is the problem. Basically, if you don't manually use those, and it's like... What was that one game on Nintendo 64? Off-road... I can't remember what it's called. It's like Off-Road Racing or whatever it is. Which was like a Midway arcade racer, but not a good one, unfortunately. It was one of the lesser ones, I remember. And it was like, you had to collect nitros to stand a chance at finishing the race. Yeah. So basically, if you crash at all, you may as well just reset. In fact, let's try a different colour scheme. Basically, if you crash in this at all, you won't have enough time to finish it. So it's actually very reminiscent of... So, in a way, it's actually very reminiscent of Castelian. In the sense that it's got a decent idea to it, I suppose. It's just let down by just having the timer way too limited. Though I suppose in a way it's kind of closer to the Game Boy version of F1 Race, which I did not like at all. I remember getting the Game Boy version of F1 Race on cartridge, because I'm like, oh, well, this has got to be just as good as, you know, the Famicom version, and that game's great. And then I played it, and I was, like, immensely disappointed. It's like, you have to come first in the race just to qualify? Like, who designed this game? Like, seriously. Just, I don't know. Game Boy F1 Race is not on this list to be ranked. But if it was, it would be right near the bottom. I did not like that game. This is maybe better than that, but it's... I don't know. I feel like it comes close to being good, but like, why am I driving inside a pipe anyway? It's like a level from F-Zero X. Like the pipe level. Where you just slide about everywhere. This is just like that. Except F-Zero X is awesome and this kind of isn't. Also note the fact that there haven't been any turbo power-ups that appear. I don't know what causes the turbo power-ups to spawn. They just seem to appear at random. Sometimes you can get 2 of them. Other times the game simply refuses to spawn them at all. So either I'm missing something with the spawns, or the game is based purely on chance. Yeah, I don't know. No. No. I think that's the word I would use to describe this game is no. If I was going to describe this game in one word, no is that word. Oh, hold on. I think you can do a soft reset in all these games now that I think about it. So, like, okay. They don't even give you information on what the difference is between the cars. It could literally just be a different sprite for all I know. Like, they're not even going to tell you the stats. This is a fucking game from 1990, and they don't tell you the stats. This feels very... I don't know, something about this game feels very undercooked. And I'm sorry, if you're going to make level 1 this hard, then why even bother releasing the game? Also, yeah, I think you can just crash into the cars. I think that's the idea. So I think that might be the secret to this. But, like, how do you dodge that? It's literally impossible. Oh, you just happen to be in the path of a boulder as you were jumping? Fuck you! I guess you just decided to lose now. Just... I don't know. Maybe if the game had more of a difficulty curve, it would be more excusable. Like, why are there so many boulders? Or why couldn't the game give you more of an indication that they're coming? F2. F number 2, maybe. Like, okay, here's an idea. Maybe don't have, like, 1,000,000 boulders on the first level of your game. Or if you're going to do that, at least make the time limit less strict. Or make the power-ups more attainable, because... So it's like, literally just a case of you have to ram into every car and dodge every... Like, there isn't even a warning for the boulders. Like, they give you warnings for, like when the road gets shorter. Or when there's a turn. But anything else, just forget it. The game just says, fuck you! Okay. Like that. Yeah, so I pressed B at, like, the last possible frame before I crashed. Somehow, by some miracle, I actually beat level 1 of this. I don't know how I did it. But I'm calling that a miracle. I don't know. It's like, some people seem to really like this game, and I've never understood it. It's like, am I missing something? Like strategically? I mean, I guess I am. But, like, some people like this game, but... Well, at least it's got different music, I guess. There is that. Oh no, don't tell me the game gets faster on every level. Because that's just going to make the game borderline unplayable if that's the case. Like, the game wasn't fast enough when you could at least kind of react to what's happening. Yeah, good luck dodging anything in this game. Like that, like how do you dodge that? Literally impossible. Like, this entire game is like just... It's like an FMV game without the FMV. That's what playing this feels like. At least with FMV games, you get to see like Dana Plato trying to act or whatever. Like, it has that. Though, to be fair, this is still not the worst game I've played today. This is not Castelian. This is, I would say, probably still better than, you know, Game of Harmony. I'll give it this. I've played worse today. But, I'm also not entirely impressed. I don't know. I can see some appeal to it. But it's also a case of... Like, what even happened there? I just crashed into the car. Every other time, the car gets knocked out, and I'm fine. Except this time, the game just decides, no, you just wipe out for no reason. On that particular occasion. I don't know. Okay, but now that I've figured out what the strategy is... Also, yeah, there are 10 levels. I'm not playing all 10 levels. I can tell you that right now. There is no way. Even if I beat this next level, I'm just going to move on. Because this game is frustrating me in a way that I do not appreciate. I kind of like the music, though. I'll give him some credit. Music's not bad. And it's got multiple themes, which does work in its favour. But you really need those time stoppers, though. You don't get enough time to beat this otherwise. So I have no idea what half of these actually do. It's like, you really need the manual to, like, fully understand how this game works. That's kind of the thing. Without looking up the manual, I wouldn't really understand how the controls work or anything. Okay, and it jumps there when it probably shouldn't have. Ugh. Also, there really doesn't seem to be much variation in the levels, because this looks identical to level 1. Aside from that bit where the tube got shorter, but that's it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I can't see myself actually finishing this game. At least not legitimately. I would totally be willing to play through this game with like a rewind function, but... Yeah, trying to play this legitimately, I think is just... It's a step too far. It's just, I don't know. Something about the game just... It doesn't feel quite fair in a way that some of the other games do. Like there, like, it looks like I collected that, but okay, no it did. I don't know. I would take this over F1 Race on Game Boy, but that's about it. And that is a very low bar to clear, because F1 Race on Game Boy is pretty bad. Or at least I think it is, anyway. Yeah, there are time stop power-ups, but the power-ups just seem to spawn at random. And look at that! No, okay, no one in the history of ever is going to get 600,000 points. I didn't check how many points I had, it was probably like 2,000. But yeah, the game can sod off if it thinks I'm going for that many. Yeah. It's like, yeah, we're going to brag about how impossible our game is by making the scores impossibly high. I don't know. It's kind of similar to Castelian. In the sense that there's potential to it. But I don't know. The time limits are just too evil. And you don't really get that much time to react to what's coming. It's better than Castelian, I will say that. Thank you. Yeah, it is better than Castelian. I'd say it's better than Penguin Land a little bit. It's got faults, but... At least... It changes the music on every level. You don't have to manually change it. And there are power-ups, which you can use to your advantage. There is that. But it's not as good as Flipple. It's definitely not that... It is not on that level. At all. Yeah, so it's... somewhere between those two. No, I think I'd rather play Tesserae, to be honest. Tesserae is dull, but I think often I would take dull over annoying. Especially if it's, you know, a dull puzzle game. At least I can get some thinking out of it. So there is that. Yeah, I'm going to put this... Between Tesserae and Penguin Land, that sounds pretty good to me. It's better than Penguin Land. I feel like it's less fundamentally flawed than that game is, but... Not by much. But, hey, have you noticed something? We've just come up to our 50th game, which is, of course, the system-defining, legendary, masterful, Kwirk. Oh, yes. So, let's play some Kwirk. Let's do it. So this is one that I've actually been wanting to play for a while. So Kwirk is a game that I am more familiar with. But, let's see what this game is like. So yes, Kwirk on the Game Boy, which is it's a great name. Yeah, let's, what's a good colour palette? Yeah, let's go for this one. Just go good old sepia. I think is reliable. Yeah, from 1989 by Acclaim and Atlas, the Ultimate Team. You know you're going to see quality with that. Yeah, look at that. See that? If that isn't the coolest tomato you've ever seen in your life, I'd love to know what it is. Also, versus mode, how does that work? Also, I don't know what this means, but let's just pick the top one. Let's go for average skill, why not? Floor 1. So you got diagonal view and bird's eye view. Let's go for diagonal. Let's try it. Yeah, this doesn't look very diagonal to me. Yes, Kwirk, of course, of Power Team fame, the acclaimed TV show from the early 90s, I think. So, yeah, what this game actually is. So, yeah, so this game is actually... how do I describe it? Okay, hold on, I can get this. I'm not sure I should have... Oh, pressed the wrong button. Yeah, I'm not sure I should have picked medium difficulty. I probably should have just gone for beginner, because I think it's different levels. Oh, I forgot about that. Sorry. But yes. But yeah, Kwirk is a game where you have to get a tomato to an exit. There are shades of Adventures of Lolo about this a little bit. But it is different. For one thing, I don't think there are any enemies in this. Secondly, on a lot of the levels, such as this one, you have to push blocks over holes. Yeah, actually, maybe I should have just picked beginner. I forgot that it actually gives you different levels based on difficulty. Maybe this wasn't the best idea. Oh, oops. Okay, maybe that wasn't the best idea, rather. Here we go. I don't know what that does, but I did it. I did do it. And you cannot argue with that. Oh yeah, I'll be the Grandmaster of Kwirk. You cannot beat me. But yeah, this game is strange. But in a good way. Though I'm not entirely sure what the point of this line is. I'll see if I can figure this out. I don't know if you can walk over the holes. Like, if you walk over them, do you just die? I don't think you can. But it'd be funny if he could. It's like, no, he just refuses to. He's too cool to fall in the holes. Or maybe just too smart. But, yeah. For what it's worth, I like this game. It is an entirely good game. Only problem is, how do I finish this level? So yeah, I think in Japan this was just called Puzzle Boy. Because yes, this was also released in Japan. I don't know if they redesigned the character, I feel like they did. It feels like the sort of thing Acclaim would have done back in the day. Oh, here we go. Gonna make my way to the exit. Yeah, look at that! That's my intelligence. How would you become Kwirk Grandmaster? I guess just by beating all the levels, maybe. But yeah, this is level 2, floor 2. But yeah, just like the other puzzle games that we've seen, or some of them at least, there are a lot of levels to this. I mean, hell, they have 3 difficulties worth of levels. Wait, how do you do this? Good question. And I'm not sure that I have the answer to that question. Yeah, this may be... Oh, okay, there's a hole here, I didn't realise. Yeah, this may be where I get stuck. Because if I push the block over the hole... Yeah, this might be an issue. Yeah, so... Yeah, this is one of those games where it's easy to get stuck, unfortunately. Well, certainly if you're as bad at these games as I am. Though I do like the animation when it starts up. It's like, yeah, I'm here. Your boy Kwirk. You know, it is the 90s, and there is time for Kwirk. But I'm not sure this music is entirely radical enough for this, for the style that Kwirk is about. Also, okay, I think I've... No. There's something about this I'm missing. Because I can't push these blocks down, so this is Sokoban-esque. And that kind of limits you to what you can do if the blocks reach the edge. I feel close to the edge myself, but you know. I'm not quite there yet. Yo, here's an idea. Yeah, get this block to sod off. No, get it all out of order. But yeah, I guess this is like the halfway point between Sokoban and Adventures of Lolo. And personally, I'd say Adventures of Lolo is the better game. I don't know, I've just got more fun out of it over the years. But this is still a pretty solid game, for what it's worth. It's one of the better puzzle games on Game Boy, I would have said. If I can figure this out. Oh, that might be a problem. Okay, I don't know what you're supposed to do there. You know, can I just go to, like, beginner mode? Because I feel too much of a simpleton to be able to do that. Yeah, I don't think I'm quite ready for intermediate. See, this is more my level, maybe. Actually, I'm not entirely convinced of that, even. Yeah. So maybe don't pick medium difficulty unless you've already mastered the beginner levels. I think is what this stream is teaching you. I mean, I could do these levels at least. You think he's trying to be a Blues Brother? Also, like, who else was in the power team? There was, like, I think it was, like, one of the players from Arch Rivals. And was, like, Bart Simpson in it, because they made so many Simpsons games. Because it was, like, an acclaimed cartoon. Because that just is a thing that needed to exist, apparently. But yeah, this is a solid one. And there was a sequel to this on the Game Boy called Amazing Tater, I think. I do have that one, and I think we will eventually see it. But it will take a while before we get to it, because it is not on this cartridge, unfortunately. It is on a different cartridge I own, so don't worry about that. We'll see how that compares to this one. And you know, I don't think I've ever actually played that now that I think about it, so I do not know the answer already. But you know what? This is a good one. As far as the puzzle games that we've seen go, again, this is definitely one of the better ones. And, you know, any game that features a tomato with sunglasses, it's got to have some quality to it. I don't know who this character is supposed to be, though. I don't think they ever explain that. Or if they do, it's probably in the manual. Yeah, oh, yeah, that's right, though. You do actually play as the other character sometimes, but... Yeah, I like this. Hello! 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 Okay, I could do that all day. But, oh, hold on. Let me, do this. Yeah, maybe... I can't remember if you... Okay, so in Cat Trap, do you play as both Catboy and Catgirl at the same time? On some levels. Because I remember doing that, but I may have been getting it mixed up with this game. Spud's Adventure. Was that a game in this series? I can't remember. I know that was a Game Boy game, but I don't think I have that one. Unless I do under a different title, but I certainly don't have it as Spud's Adventure, I can tell you that. Hold on, is this the secret? Yeah, here we go. I want to see what happens after I beat level 10. I will give this game that at least, because I think there may be a cutscene, or like a different cutscene. Also, does anyone know how many puzzles are in this game? There's got to be a lot, I would imagine. It's like 300 puzzles. No, I don't know how you'd fit that many into 32K. But a madman may have figured it out. Oh, did I mess this one up? I don't know, actually. I may have done. Yeah, okay. How do you do this one? What's a problem? Yeah, but yeah, just like Boxel, it's got that same problem where it's too easy to press twice by accident. That was just endemic to the genre, or subgenre, whatever. Okay, seriously, what do I do on this bit? Oh, okay, I'll just do that. Yeah, are you smarter than a monkey? I ask myself that question every day, in fact. And I still haven't found the answer to it yet. Oh, that might be a problem. What do I do here? I don't get this level. This one doesn't make any sense. This is level 9 and I'm already stuck. Yeah. This is a great game for making me feel like an idiot. I think I'll describe it in that term. Okay, there you go. I probably could have picked a better colour scheme for this. One that's a bit more colourful. But, you know, this one works. Yeah, I could just keep doing this all day. Hey, what's up? Nothing much? Yeah? Yeah, I'm just stuck in the blocks. You want to find the... I don't know. You don't know? I don't know. You really do not know. I don't know. Oh, oh. Yo! Okay, let's do this then. Oh, what do I do here? Oh, can I do this? Yeah, apparently I am kind of an idiot at this game, because I cannot do it. See, Atlas love making me feel like an idiot. It's like all those Persona games, I'm like, okay, why do people like this? And then I'm like, I know, there's probably a reason, but I don't know what it is. You tell me. I don't know. Like, did anyone ever actually like school? My favourite part of school was when I got to go home afterwards. Yeah, this is just the level that you get... It's like, okay, we're just gonna make level 10 impossible just to spite the player. From the makers of... From the makers of the Karate Kid game. I want to at least see a cutscene after this. Yeah, there we go. I cleared level 1, now we get to go home. Yeah, there we go. You know, Mohawk bloke, and, yeah, anyway. Okay, so I think I'll be done with that for now. But, you know, Kwirk, not bad. But where does it go on this list? I mean... Compared to Boxel 2, I'd say it has a little bit more going for it. It's got better character designs. It doesn't have the Yes sample, though. But it's got more intricate puzzles where, you know, you've got you've got those pieces that, like, move in an anchor. You've got the ones that you gotta push over holes so you can cross over them. There's some interesting stuff going on here that you don't get in Boxel. And I think that puts it above that. I'd say it's better than Space Invaders, because it's got a bit more going on than that. Space Invaders is just the one level over and over again, but a little bit more difficult each time. This has a lot more to it than that. Is it better than Shanghai? Yes, because Shanghai has multiple tracks, but only one level, basically. DuckTales is great on the NES, but the Game Boy version is kind of a flawed version. I don't think it's better than Spot, though. Spot has the Jeff Fallen jams, which is a big plus point, and you can customize your own levels. So yeah, I think that's the ceiling. I think Kwirk is going to have to take the number 13 spot on this list. And with that all said and done, you know, we have gone through pretty much all of, well, I say pretty much all of the 32K games. It's going to find nothing but other 32K games for me to play now, isn't it? It's alright, we're mostly done with them at this point. Oh, here we go. I summoned him into the stream, and hopefully we will not get copyright vodded. Also, I should point out, I actually did revert to a previous version of OBS after the previous stream. Because of all the crashing that's going on, I feel like that's kind of necessary. But yes, Mickey Mouse has been unleashed. You know, all the edgy people, all the edgy 14-year-olds who think they're cool. You know, they were like, we've got to make Steamboat Willie, but gory, and maybe with weird meth teeth. But yeah, Mickey Mouse is in the house. Welcome to the club. Okay, let's go black and white. Let's go full Steamboat Willie for this one. Yep, from Kemco comes Mickey Mouse. I have not played Barbie Pet Rescue yet. Maybe I'll play that at some point. It won't be for this series, but I may do that. Because I feel like that's a game I eventually have to play. It's not really a filler game, though. So, yeah, it doesn't really fit the criteria for this list. Though, as a minor spoiler, by the time we're done with this list, there will be over 100 games. So we will eventually be able to do a top 100 Game Boy filler games of all time. Hopefully not including Castelian. Oh no. Yep. Knew they were going to start doing that. They had to start doing it. They did it with Winnie the Pooh. Doing it for... Like, why even bother? It's one of those things I look at it and I just like... I just mentally shake my head. But it's not even worth the effort for me to physically do that. I just do it in my head. Because that's all it deserves. But anyway, let's play some Mickey Mouse on the Game Boy. So, this game might look kind of familiar, if you're familiar with Game Boy games. So, yeah, you may be familiar with a series of games known as the Crazy Castle series. I think there were 5 or 6 of those games on Game Boy, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance. And... wait, video? What? Oh, okay, it's like an action replay, I see. But yeah, it's... Crazy Castle is a weird series. I mean, obviously this version is just called Mickey Mouse, but... this version, or this game, this being the first one in the series, is also known as Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle. As well as, I think it's also known as Roger Rabbit, or maybe that's a different game, I don't know. There's a Famicom Disk System game called Roger Rabbit, which is kind of like this. But yeah, outside of Japan, this was known as Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle, and in addition to that... There we go. But yeah, in addition to Crazy Castle... Oh, hold on, I think I'm supposed to go up, actually. But yeah, it's like you have Crazy Castle, you have Mickey Mouse... And there was a second one of these where they had those licenses again, but in Europe it was given a Garfield license. It's like, yeah, we're just going to stick Garfield in here. Like, the Crazy Castle series is weird. It's kind of, as said in the chat, it's made to be kind of the most interchangeable series possible. You know, just change a few graphics and call it a new game. Or call it, you know, just call it Mickey Mouse, why not? But to be fair, I mean, being interchangeable does not make it bad. You know, to be fair, around this time, you know, in the late 80s, early 90s, there were tons and tons of bad licensed games coming out. And in many cases, barely even represented the source material in any way. And this has the problem of not really representing the source material very well. But I wouldn't say it's bad. You know, it's entirely playable. You know, as far as puzzle games go, and yes, it is yet another puzzle game. It really is going out of the way to pick every puzzle game on the wheel. I swear, by the next stream, there will be no puzzle games left. But yeah, I don't know. As far as puzzle games go, I mean, this one's fine. It's an odd one. I'm not a big fan of it, but I wouldn't really throw it under the bus or anything. I'm like, no, this is fine. You know, this is not Castelian or Game Boy Palamedes or anything. You could do better, but like I say, I mean, as far as Mickey Mouse games go, this is infinitely better than Mickey Mousecapade. That game was fucking terrible. Like, that game was just rancid. And I would take this any day over that. You know, at least this is kind of mildly fun to play, rather than just being an overly frustrating mess. Like, there are definitely worse Mickey Mouse games out there. I mean, I'd say Mickey Mania is also worse. It's one of those games that could have been good, but was just too difficult for its own good, in my opinion. Oh, this is kind of like that pipe level from... Was it Mario 3 that had a level like this? Yeah, it's just kind of like that, but retrofitted into a puzzle game, I guess. Also, yeah, this music really does bring back memories of of Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle. I mean, that is what this is, effectively. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I see what I gotta do. Okay, so I can walk through the pipes, which is a bit weird. Thankfully, the AI isn't particularly smart. Yeah, the music, very reminiscent of NES Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle, because it is just the same music tracks, pretty much. Yeah, it's kind of the thing. I mean, Crazy Castle games, they're kind of... It's like, okay, we've got like a decent puzzle game. It's like a decent puzzle game that's really kind of lacking in personality, I think. So, this level in particular, I think, is basically the first level from Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle on the NES. I'm kind of afraid that it works up to this point on this version. Which actually is probably a good thing. Oops. The controls aren't perfect, though. Sometimes it's like I move forward when I want to go up or down. Oh, okay, there's a heart on the top left. That may be a problem. Also, who are these characters I'm trying to dodge? I'm sure they're from a Mickey Mouse cartoon. I don't remember where they're from offhand, though. Okay, well... Oh! Okay. I was gonna say the AI is not particularly smart, but they can turn on a dime. Yeah, there was a bit of Mario 3 to that pipe level. This game itself is no Mario 3, but to be fair... I mean, the selection of games today has not exactly been stellar, and this is, I would say, one of the better ones I've played today. Oh yeah, Birthday Blowout. Well, Birthday Blowout is not a bad game from what I remember. Again, it's kind of the platform equivalent to this quality-wise. Except, unlike this game, they didn't, like, sprite swap it a million times. Oh. Oh, that's... Okay, so you have the invisible ink, you can just straight up kill... Oh. Yeah, you can just kill them with the invisible ink? Okay, that's just weird. I was not expecting that to work. I was actually trying to use, like, the glove, but then realised I didn't have one. But I think I do have one now, so I should be okay. But yeah, Crazy Castle... I don't know, if nothing else, I guess the other games on this stream have kind of... They serve as a reminder that, you know what? This isn't necessarily great, but it could be so much worse. But yeah, it's yet another one of those games that really fits into the... You know, the mold of, like, the puzzle game that has tons of levels and not a whole lot else. Oh, Oops. Okay. I think there are 80 levels to this, or 60 levels, I can't remember. But there's more level design to this than a lot of the other games, because usually they're just on a single screen. There are exceptions, but... Yes, it's like Kwirk, all the levels are just one screen big, or in many cases even smaller than that. Also, yeah, oh, oops. Okay, that was bad timing on my part. Was the wolf even in a Mickey Mouse cartoon, or did they just make it up? Oh, it's from the Three Little Pigs cartoon, I see. I don't recall actually seeing that one myself, which is why I don't recognise it. So they give you a lot of one-ups in this. Probably because they figure, yeah, it's like Donkey Kong Country. You get the lives early on, so you can save them for later on. Like, there you go. So that's one out of the way. Yeah, the flickering may be a problem in this. I don't remember that being an issue on the NES version. Also, they can go through the stairs, but or through the stairways, whatever. They don't seem to a lot of the time. Oh, great, now they're just camping at the top of the screen. I swear they can go through the doors, but they're just not doing it. Like, what is the AI doing? There we go. Gotta be lucky with that one, but I'll take it. Woody Woodpecker. No, I gotta be honest, I do not hear the Woody Woodpecker theme in that. Though, I'll say this is certainly far better than any Woodpecker game I've ever played. Though, actually, there is a Woody Woodpecker game on this cartridge. I don't know if it's any good. I don't think I've ever actually played that one. Yeah, if that one's any good, I don't know. It can't be as bad as the Master System game, though, because that one's pretty dire. Ooh, okay. I wasn't sure if I had a glove. I was like, I may as well try that out, just in case. Ooh, here we go. Yeah, I don't know. How would you say this compares to the NES version of Crazy Castle? But I mean, there have been, like, plenty of sequels to this. Like I say, there were at least 5 of them. Oh, oops. I was trying not to actually walk there, and then I accidentally pressed forward. That was my fault. Okay, but like I said, there was a whole series of these. Like, the second one is kind of a straight sequel. The third one, I think, kind of... Oh. Yeah, the third one, I think, kind of changed up the gameplay a bit more. Is that supposed to be, like... Is that supposed to be Pete? I can't even tell from the artwork. The characters are a bit too small to really tell. Okay, I need to kind of lead the enemies. There we go. This may be a bad decision. Yep. Okay, so I think... Oh, Crazy Castle 5 was Woody Woodpecker. So yeah, if that is the Woody Woodpecker game, it's probably just a better version of this in that case. Which is kind of funny that they include both of them on the same cartridge, but there we go. So the problem is because... Okay, if I start walking off the stairs, it won't let me walk right. I can only go left. So if I do it at the wrong time, I just die. Which is kind of a problem. And the AI is kind of specifically set up. And they change direction seemingly at random, which doesn't help. There is kind of a Lode Runner vibe to this now that I think about it. But like... Yeah, this is where having a jump button would help immensely. I'm not entirely sure what the strategy is for this level. It's like, yeah, welcome to stage 11, where the game suddenly just gets impossible. Just goes from, like, 0 to 1,000,000 in no time at all. Oh, Crazy Castle 5 was GBA, okay. Well, I don't know what the Woody Woodpecker is in that case, because I do not remember it. But yeah, like, it's kind of funny, like, Kenko is still around, they're just not making these games anymore. They kind of gave up in the early 2000s, I think. Though what's really funny is, I actually saw a Game Boy copy of Crazy Castle 4, and it almost looks like a bootleg. Like, it almost looks like a bootleg. It's got, like a generic 4 that makes it look like a Mac and Soft game, in that sense. It's like, yeah, this is just a Mac and Soft bootleg game. Except it's... Okay, I swear I was holding right. But the controls were just being weird. Okay, I have to beat this level. Yeah, the controls in this are a bit weird. Oh, okay, there were 2 enemies there. Thanks, game, I appreciate it. Thankfully, the enemies do stay dead if you kill them. As long as you don't die yourself, I think. I think that's how this game works. Golem's Crazy Castle. I mean, it'd be better than the Golem game they actually did release, I'm sure. Because I have not heard good things about that one. Ugh, okay, I did it. But yeah, like I say, it looked like a bootleg COD, almost. But it was actually official. I could tell it was official because it used the Game Boy Color exclusive game shell that bootlegs never seem to use as far as I know. I don't recall ever seeing an official game, or ever seeing a bootleg that used it. So I'm not sure about this song. Oh. Also, yeah, good luck planning that. Once you go up that pipe, you're committed. You can't change direction or anything. Which is kind of a problem, because... yeah, like, trying to, like, predict where the AI is going to go. Yeah, it's like, good luck. It seems kind of random most of the time, which doesn't really help. Astofolo? I have no idea who that is. Is that like a Lord of the Rings character I forgot about? Yeah, like Gimli's Crazy Pink Jelly Crazy Castle. You know what? Someone should actually make that. You know what? Maybe I should make that myself now that I say it. I'm like, you know, I should be the change I want to be. As they say. Okay. But yeah, Pink Jelly Crazy Castle. You could totally do that with the sprites that exist, I'm sure. But yeah. Like I say, this is not a bad game. Hardly the best game on Game Boy. Oh, okay. Apparently that pushes it twice. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, okay. Hooray! Oh, okay, there's... Oh, who is that? I know they're from a cartoon, but I can't remember which one. Crazy Castle 7. Oops. Okay. Okay, I think I'll leave it there. But you know what? Mickey Mouse Crazy Castle, or whatever it is, not bad. It's not on the level of Kwirk, though. You know. Also, yeah, I think there are so few puzzle games left. It's just going to be action games being ranked against puzzle games at this point. But yeah, it's no Kwirk. And I'd also say it's maybe no Voxel 2. But is it better than Voxel 1? No. I think my biggest problem with it is that it just doesn't do enough with the licenses that Kemco got. Because they could have done so much more with some of them. It's like Mickey Mouse 3 was a bit more original. Like Mickey Mouse 3 on the Famicom. Where they kind of made it a bit different. But... I don't know, it was almost like the Funko Pop of puzzle games back in the day. Maybe not quite that bad. I mean, certainly a lot less e-waste, but yeah, still not great. I would play it over Brainbender, though. Like, there's just this massive selection of puzzle games in the middle of this list. I think, yeah, I'd play it over Brainbender, but I think I would take Hyper Load Runner over it, because there's a little bit more you can do in that game. You're kind of less limited with attacks. Like, being able to get the enemies out of your way. And I think I preferred that in that game. Also, yeah, you'll notice I've just listed it as Crazy Castle. Because it doesn't really have an identity beyond the Crazy Castle series. So, yeah, I'm just like, yeah, this is Crazy Castle 1. Mickey Mouse 2 is Crazy Castle 2. The Ghostbusters game is like Crazy Castle 3. I think, in fact, now that I think about it, yeah, the Ghostbusters game that they did on Game Boy Color... or Game Boy Monochrome, I think. It was like a complete rip-off of like a microcomputer game that I guess was pitched to Kemco, and then they just like stole the idea and then made their own game out of it with the Ghostbusters license. Which is kind of a bastard move, I think. But yeah, speaking of bastard moves, I bet that's what this next game is going to involve. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Oh yes. Welcome to Gourmet Paradise. Or how do you pronounce that? Now, this is a game I've been looking forward to. Yes, get ready for the Gourmet Paradise. I think I have played this one before. Let's do it. Yep, here we go. Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise. Like, what even is this? What is this game? I think I have played this one before, but I don't entirely remember how it works. So, 3,200 kilocalories. Is this like fast food and you have to get fatter by just eating constantly? I guess we'll find out. So yes, from Romstar. Yep, there he is. Your boy, Mr. Chin. Oh. Okay, that's not how you play this. Actually, how does this game work? It's been ages, I don't really remember. Okay, turn them into walking bums. This looks a little bit like, Ninja Jajamaru kind of a little bit. But, yeah, let's give this a go. Oh, okay, how do I set off the bomb? I want to set them up the bomb. Oh. Okay, I haven't quite got the bomb mechanics down yet. This is strange. Oh, wow, this really is like Ninja Jajamaru Twin. Like, you can jump through the platforms. Though, I don't entirely understand how the bombs work. Because you don't just press B and then press B again. Like Ninja Jajamaru, you just threw ninja stars, or shurikens or whatever at the enemies and it killed them. Yeah, this doesn't really work in that way. But I think it's just a learning curve. Yeah, this is weird. But I like the weirdness. I'm not entirely sure about the weapon. Also, yeah, why was he getting arrested? For crimes against food. Yeah, see, that time I was just facing the wrong way. I faced in a way that I did not want to face. So, yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out how the weapons work in this. Like, look at this. Do I just have different weapons to level 1? Is that where I'm getting stuck? Okay, and I couldn't fit through that, even though it looks like I should have been able to. Come on, Mr. Chin! Okay, seriously, how does this work? Do I jump on it? Okay, this weapon does not work how I expect it to. It's like, you should have just kept the mines from level 1. It's like Blast Corps. It's like, yeah, some levels you get cool weapons, then other ones you just get, like, the really terrible weapons that just don't work. Or maybe I'm supposed to, like, do this. Okay, there you go. Okay, I think I understand how it works. It's not entirely obvious, but I think I figured it out. Problem is, the enemies are now just camping where I'm able to jump out. But yeah, there's definitely shades of Ninja Jajamaru come to this. And that's a good game. This, I'm not so sure about it. It feels very loose in terms of the controls, which I'm not entirely sure was the best move. Also, the pipe doesn't seem to do anything. Yeah, knew it was going to do that. Ooh. Oh, come on, did it kill that one? Should have done. But the game said no. Yeah, there we go. Wait, am I just supposed to get these things down to... Like, what food is this even supposed to be? It looks like fire. Yeah, this is one that may actually be quite good with practice, actually. Yeah, I just turn them into peaches. But, you know, maybe they're just walking bums, I don't know. Okay, I like this. Welcome to the chin level. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is like the bonus level, I get it. Yeah, I definitely need practice on this. This actually might be quite good, when I get the practice. Also, that font, that's straight out of a Supervision game. Is that weird flickering when you start a level? Wait, what is this background? Is it just like a picture of a lion? What's going on with this? Okay. Here we go. So here's Kwirk, come back to try to kill me. Yeah, this is, oops. The end. You know what, actually, this might be quite good. I'm not sure... No, you know what? I want to see what's beyond that point. I have to try this again. I feel like that was a bit too short for... I feel like this game deserves more than what I've given it so far. Oh, oops. Okay, that was a bit early. Okay, now that I've figured out how this game works, might be quite good. Though it's a bit odd that I go through the peaches if they're falling, but whatever. But yeah, this has like bizarrely... It's really weird, because it does kind of resemble a Supervision game. Which is weird, because Supervision games are usually shite, and this is not. You know, like, it sounds like an insult, but I'm like... No, I don't mean it's like a Supervision game and it being shite. I mean, it's just got, like... It has this weird sort of aesthetic similar to those games. Oh, oops. Yeah, it's difficult to describe. But it's got vibes about it for... Oh. Okay, apparently you can fall through the pipe, I didn't realise that. Oh, actually, you know what? This is like Ninja Jaja-Maru-kun meets the original Mario Brothers, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, because, so you can kind of go through the pipe, kind of like how the enemies do in that game. Yeah, this is like if a Supervision game was actually good. That's what this game feels like to me. The lost Supervision game. Actually, there was a Supervision game, I think, that was called something like Kitchen Panic. Which I seem to recall had sort of platformer elements to it, but that game was terrible. So, Oh! Ugh! No, I'm not gonna get it. Okay. But yeah, apparently this was made by Romstar, and not by Bond Treasure. Despite what the graphics may suggest. This is not a Bond Treasure game. And that can only be a good thing, because Bond Treasure were, like, the absolute worst. Like, honestly, I think like half of their games wouldn't even beat, like, Tasmania Story on this list. That's, like, the level of quality we're talking about with them. Just... See, I feel like there's a strategy to this that I'm missing. Also, is there, like, an invisible timer to this? I don't know. Oh. Oops. Okay, I didn't realise there was a thing there. Okay, I got a plan. Yeah, take that! Better than you. Oh, hold on. Actually, I need to... Oh! Not the best idea. Oh, okay. No, I got the automatic win power-up. Okay, so the game actually does tell you how many enemies are left on the level. Which is convenient. What's not so convenient is now I'm going to have the enemy stuck in the... Oh. Enemy stuck in the corner. Okay, that's 2 left. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to wait for these to move. Oh! Yeah, okay, so there's a bit of a looseness to the controls. But you know what? Yeah, Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise, I'm impressed by that. That's one I'm going to need to get some practice on at some point. Yeah. Who knew? Who knew there was a Ninja Jaja-Maru-kun like on the Game Boy? I had played this before, but I'd forgotten. I'd forgotten how this played. Oh, there's a Mario hack of this. I suppose that kind of makes sense. But yeah, Mr. Chin, maybe we'll play sometime. So where does this go on the list? I mean, it's better than DuckTales. I can tell you that already. It is better than that. It's better than Spot. I think it's also better than Tennis, but is it better than Motocross Maniacs? Yes. It's got more style to it than most of these other games. Like Serpent, it's better than that. Is it better than Cat Trap? See, because Cat Trap, as good as it is, I mean, that game's got some style too, but it's also got, like, just standard kind of Sokoban-inspired puzzles, and there are so many of those on Game Boy, as you've already seen in the series. But is it as good as Dr. Mario? That's a difficult question. Is Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise better than Dr. Mario? Oh no, Supervision games ranked. Oh, I could do that, but I'm not sure I want to inflict that kind of pain on myself after the Nice Code series I did. You know, I want to play good games like Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise on occasion. Is this better than Dr. Mario? Ugh. It's got more style than Dr. Mario, but... I don't know. See, the thing is, Dr. Mario's got a better version on the NES, and I don't think there are any other versions of Mr. Chin. I think Mr. Chin is like, if Supervision games were good, that's what that game was. Yeah, Dr. Mario is a very good game, but it can be slow on some levels, and... Yeah, I don't think I'd say that about Mr. Chin. I think Mr. Chin kind of has the edge in that sense. And again, I think if I'm going to play Dr. Mario, I'm probably going to pick the NES version. Or the SNES version, in fact. Is it better than Hong Kong? Because Mr. Chin, he's got that kind of Chinese sort of vibe to him a little bit. I think that's what they were going for. Actually, was that game even released in Japan? I need to look this up now. Was Mr. Chin... Did Mr. Chin get a release in Japan? The answer to that... Yes. Yes, he did. Or no, he did not. There was a planned release for Japan, but they cancelled it, so it only got an American version. And apparently the Japanese version was just going to be called Mr. Chin no Gourmet Paradise. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to say better than Dr. Mario. See, Hong Kong has the breakout mode. It's got action and it's got puzzle. So I think that kind of gives it the edge a little bit. You know, it can't quite beat Hong Kong. It comes close, but Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise is our new number 7. A new entry in the top 10 on this wheel. Or on this list, I should say. Speaking of the wheel, let's go back to that. One crisis averted. I'm not sure if I've averted every crisis. So Snoopy... I don't remember if this game is any good, but let's try it out. Is this working? I think it is. OBS just likes to make me rush about to get this working again. Yeah, like I say, I apologise for the stream going down, it's just OBS having a fit. I may have to mess about with the settings after I'm done. But okay, it is time for Snoopy. Yeah, you know, let's go for the default colour scheme, why not? Not necessarily the best option for Snoopy, but let's just go for it anyway. Yep, one spot away from Mr. Do. We will play Mr. Do. We will cover Mr. Do. Mr. Do is essential for our list. It is incomplete without that. It's also incomplete without Snoopy Magic Show, as it's called on here. Yes. Have you ever played the classic game, Snoopy Magic Show? From Kemco. Yep, Kemco is back. With a vengeance. Let's see if this is any good. Oh, wait, what? Okay, you know, I do not remember this game. I did play a Snoopy game on Game Boy. It was not this one. It was something else. Wait, so... how does this game work? So is it just a case that I avoid the dot and collect the... Oh no, I can't remember the name of the character. It was from Snoopy. The weird, like, alien bloke. So, do you think this game got reskinned 100 times as well for different systems? I don't think it actually did, now that I think about it. Yeah, they did not do a crazy castle with this one. But what is going on with the ball? Oh, whoa. Oh. Thanks, game, I appreciate it. Great, it makes you redo the whole thing if you die. Wonderful. Okay, so do the power-up spawn in the same place every time? Yes. But I assume it just makes me invincible, but okay. Yeah, Woodstock, that was the character's name. So is Charlie Brown in this? I think he was on the title screen, but whether he actually appears in the game, I don't know. There is slight Sokoban vibes to this. Well, actually, no, not even Sokoban. What was that one NES game? Mendel Palace? It's kind of like that, except instead of having, like, enemies you have to kill... Oh, you bastard. Instead of having enemies you have to kill, now you just have a ball that just gets in the way for no reason. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this one. It's... Like, if you were going to make a Snoopy game, I'm not sure this is the way to go about it. This does feel like another game that they were probably planning to release under a bunch of different guises, just like Crazy Castle. Except I don't think they ever got around to doing that for this one. Okay, what do I do here? Oh, I can destroy these blocks? Oh, give me that. Oh, the time stop theme. Lasts for like 5 seconds. Yeah, apparently I'm really bad at this, though in my defense, the game has this weird, like, grid system that I'm not particularly fond of. Okay, here we go, let's do it. But yeah, this is kind of reminiscent of Crazy Castle in a sense. Spoony. Yeah, I don't think Spoony ever exploded. I hope he's doing well. It's been a long since I've seen any of his stuff. Oh. Is this choo-choo rocket now? What's with all the arrows? Unlike this ball. Oh, yeah. Just forces you in that direction. Okay. Oh, give me that. Yeah! Give me the theme! Play the theme! Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh no, no, there are 2 balls. Okay, I'm in trouble now. Oh no, look at how slow this is! Oh, okay, I'm not so sure about this. Oh, what's going on? So the blocks, yeah, they disappear, but like... Oh no, the slowdown. Oh no! Like, I can't even manually control the blocks, I just... No, this is... You know, I think this game had potential up until this point. As soon as it got to this point, it like, lost all the points. Yeah, it can only handle 1 ball. As soon as it tries to add a second one, it has a fit. Look at that. Like, it's like playing Contra Force on the NES, but at least that game had a complex physics engine. What excuse does this game have? Like, is this even consistent with the way the balls bounce? I'm not convinced, I've got to be honest. Yeah, this is no Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise, I've got to be honest. Though, I suppose if I got to get the lesser games out of the way, I may as well do it now. And then we can play Super Mario Land and talk about... Remember when I had to play Spoony... Not Spoony. I had to play Snoopy Magic Show? Like, how is this a magic show? In what way does this game relate in any way to a magic show? Like, is Snoopy spawning the blocks himself? Is that where the magic comes in? Yeah, like, where's the Linus and Lucy theme in this? This game needs that. Like, I feel like it's missing something entirely by not having that theme. It needs that song. If this game had that song, it would get points for it. Oh no, this kind of looks like a Chips Challenge level. Only a lot worse. Because it's no Chips Challenge. I mean, I'm not even a huge fan of Chips Challenge, but... Also, the balls seem to bounce in random directions too. Like that ball went in a different direction to last time. Okay, don't try to fool me, game. Okay, I see what you're doing. With your... random ball physics shenanigans. Yes, this game did have a sequel. I think I've got that on another cartridge, and when I played this game, that's what I was expecting to see. Yeah, why does Snoopy have to die? Why can't Snoopy just live for it? Well, I suppose he can. I mean, he's a cartoon character. You know, who really cares? But, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think this game does justice to Peanuts? Yeah, this is less Peanuts and more... They're probably working for Peanuts, making this one. I get the feeling this is probably based on another game, though. Like, they got the license for a game or just ripped it off, like the Ghostbusters game they did. Like I said, which was part of the Crazy Castle series, I think. But it was... Essentially, they took another puzzle game and just completely ripped it off. Without credit. So I don't know if this is that case. I'm not aware of it, but maybe. Yeah, why did Snoopy have to die? Kind of like the bouncing balls, though. I don't know. Something feels random about the ball physics, though. Like, okay, watch the ball bounce in this. Let's see if it works the same as it did last time. Yeah, so, yeah, the ball physics are random, which is bullshit. So it's not even a case of you can just memorize where the ball goes. No, it's random chance, basically. Like, the ball just does whatever it wants. And I don't like that. I don't know. The inconsistency is a big problem for a game like this. I think that's where the magic comes in. It's like, the magic comes in the form of, we can't make the ball physics consistent. Oh, okay. For some reason I thought I was in the top right corner. But no, I'm in the top left. Oh god, Arkanoid. Yeah. Well, you know, I kind of feel like I may have played something like that once before. Yeah, I'm getting sort of vague memories of playing another game that's exactly the way that you described it. Here we go. Oh, here we go. So, I think there is a strategy to this level at least. There we go, so you trap the ball in there. And then, oh, well, there's a timer there, but I can't get it. See, it almost seems like it could be like some weird, more puzzle-focused version of Pengo. But then you actually play it, but you can't actually push most of the boxes, you can push some of them. So, like, that first box I pushed, I can push that one, but if I try to push the one on the left or the right, it won't let me. I don't know, it's almost like they took a Zelda dungeon and tried to make a puzzle game out of it. But, like, puzzle games like this, you generally need, like, consistent rules for different types of blocks. And I think that's where this game fails. It really does just come down to a lack of consistency. Like, you know, the ball physics have no consistency. And, yeah, just, I don't know, like, and just the way blocks work in general. It's like, I don't know, you compare this to a game like Adventures of Lolo, which, you know, was not necessarily an easy game, but it was at least a consistent game. And that helped a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm done with that. I think we can leave Snoopy behind for one day. Okay, so where does it go on the list? So, you know, I'm gonna say, yeah, it's not beating Tetris. It's not beating Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise. I don't think this is quite on the level of Flipple and exciting cube game. I'd say this is a bit of a duller form of cube game than Flipple. It's more interesting than Tesserae, but Tesserae was at least consistent. I would say it's less frustrating than Deadheatscrambl, though. If I had to choose between that and Deadheatscrambl, I probably would play Snoopy. I don't know. Well, the arrows at least kind of make sense, where if there's a block in the way of where you're supposed to go, you can just walk through it. So, I mean, that part at least makes sense. Like, some things about the game make sense, and some of them don't. It's like, they were kind of halfway to making a decent puzzle game, but they just couldn't make things consistent enough for it to quite work. I would play it over Deadheatscrambl, but it's not going any higher than that. Yeah, like I say, Tesserae is not necessarily a good game, but it's at least better designed, let's say. So, let's go to the wheel. I'm actually going to need to take a quick break here, but I'll show you what the next game is going to be, and then we will play whatever that is. Join me, chat, and I will make your face the greatest in Koro Dice. Yeah, I'm sure there's one person who would appreciate that line. I don't think he's in the chat right now, though. But anyway, yes. Koro Dice. Which is a great title. You know, I could just play this theme all day, to be honest. But, you know what, let's turn the actual audio back on. Yes. Koro Dice. You know it's going to be quality with a name like that, especially when it features the word dice in the title. Yeah, let's make this black and white, like a die. Yeah, they should have called this Koro Die, because there's only one. See, Koro Dice, I mean, that kind of implies more than one. But that's not the point. The point is, it is time to play with dice. So let's just... Okay, I'm not going to make the same mistake I did with Kwirk and just accidentally start on a much harder level. Just go for easy. Especially since that's default anyway. See what we've got. So, yeah, do you remember that... So, do you remember the... Oh, wait, what? Okay, I'm confused. Yeah, do you remember that nice code game, Play Dice? Yeah, this is basically that. Or, what is it called? Dice Legend? Yeah, this is that game. But from a different perspective. Instead of isometric, now it's kind of top-down a little bit. It will always be time for die. I mean, this was the decade of Welcome to Die, so... Oh, oops. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, it's kind of like Devil Dice, except they could only afford the one die, so they had to fashion a new game out of it. Poverty Devil Dice. No, this is nothing like Dancing Block. Dancing Block could shoot. Oh. Great. Yeah, I'm not great at these, by the way. I actually did beat the nice code one, though. This may take a while. Yeah, because I keep getting the... Yeah, I'm going to stick this stupid thing in the corner. There we go. Yeah, if this game had a shoot button, it would be, like, top tier by default. Was there a version of Dancing Block on Game Boy? I don't think there was, because I think that was a Supervision game, and it never got brought over to... Wait, what? Yeah, it never got brought over to the Game Boy, which is unfortunate. Oh, no, it forces you to go right. Aha! That's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, this game is fine. I don't know. It's... I think slight is the word I'd use for this one. But like I say, it's not a bad game. You know, I mean, would you say... How would you say this... Oh. Okay, apparently there's a hole there. Great. Okay, so I understand the puzzle here. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so you gotta plan your moves ahead in advance. That's how you win. Kind of like a sliding puzzle. Slightly, though this has a bit more going on than that. You got outside factors such as the other blocks that try to get in your way. And the holes. Unfortunately, you cannot make... Oh. Yeah, you can't make the blocks go through the holes. Which would help, but you cannot do that. Oh, yeah, this is certainly a lot more challenging than the nice code game. There's more variation with the challenge, at least, so it's definitely better than that. And it's got a soundtrack, which that one didn't have. That one was completely silent, I think. But I think there were other versions where they added music to it, though, to be fair, it's, well, a lot better than your typical nice code fare, at least. So there is that. Oh, hold on. There we go. I don't know how many stages there are to this. Less than 100, presumably. But there was a game like this on Windows 95. Well, this predates that. I mean, this is 1990. I don't think there were any holes in the corner. Ooh, there we go. Do you think they're ever going to make me try to get in a space in the middle rather than one of the corners? I guess it's more challenging to do it that way, because you can only approach it from certain angles, but Yeah, kind of struggling with this a little bit. Oh, thanks, game, I appreciate it. Yeah, let's just put this hole here just to fuck you up. I guess they had to make it hard somehow. I don't know. I guess the problem here is that the challenge is really just in making the levels more frustrating, which is just kind of, I don't know. Like, this is kind of just the same level over and over, but they just keep putting more stuff in the way. And I'm not sure that entirely works. It's like, is there really much to this beyond level 1? I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced by this game. I'm not convinced by its performance. Okay. Also, is there any way to lose in this? I don't think there's a life system or anything, so I guess it's just a case of you just get stuck on the level until you figure out a way to solve it. But it does have cheerleaders. It gets points for that. Okay, none of these other games had cheerleaders. Or maybe the NFL game has them, and I just couldn't stomach the game long enough to get to that point, but... I mean, so that on its own makes it better than that game. But yeah, it's a strange one. Like I say, it's not necessarily a bad game, but... It's also like, is there really much reason to play this beyond level 1? I'm not entirely convinced. I don't know, it's like, often dice games just make me wish I was playing Devil Dice. Especially this. I don't know. It's just like the more irritating version of itself. It's kind of how this game feels. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not bad necessarily, but it's also a case where it's like... It really does just feel like the same puzzle over and over again, but just more irritating every time. And... yeah, that's just like... I mean, that's one way to design it, but also... I don't know. I'm not I'm not really feeling this one. It's not the worst game, but it's yeah, it's one that I don't really feel the need to play beyond this, unless it like dramatically changes later on and it adds like tons more obstacles or something. In fact, just out of interest, I want to see what playing this on hard mode is like, because I picked easy. Maybe that's part of the problem. Give this game a chance to prove itself a little bit. Yeah, here we go. Make it a bit more colourful. So what does the hard mode look like? So if I go to level 1... Oh, I see, yeah. So I think I get what the difference is. So, hard mode is the same as easy mode, except now you have a time limit. Which I guess is one way to make it challenging. Because easy mode just seems to be impossible to lose. The only way to lose is to just switch the game off. So I guess that does make it more intense. But yeah, the buttons don't do anything. It's apart from start, which just pauses it. But yeah, I don't know. Not entirely impressed with that. Like I say, it's not that bad, but it's hardly one that I'm going to come back to, I think. I don't know, Koro Dice. I guess the point of comparison is Tesserae, which is kind of similar. But Tesserae was more interesting as a puzzle, because it required a lot more moves to solve the puzzle. Like, it was like the strange take on, you know, Shanghai that doesn't entirely work, but there was something to it. Koro Dice, again, every level just feels like the last one, but just a more annoying version of it. And that doesn't entirely work. Yeah, it's not as good as that. Is it as good as Snoopy's Magic Show? See, Snoopy's Magic Show has more to it. There's a lot more types of obstacles. And, yeah, beyond like the first 2 or 3 levels in Koro Dice, you don't really see anything new. It just rearranges what's already there. Snoopy's Magic Show at least adds new stuff to see. Same for Deadheatscrambl, actually. It doesn't change things up much, but it changes it up more than Koro Dice does. Penguin Land is frustrating. It's a frustrating version, not a good one, but there's more to it. Same for Game of Harmony, if I'm being honest. Castlevania The Adventure... Is it better than Castlevania The Adventure? The music's not as good. It's better designed than Castlevania The Adventure, but... I don't know. I mean, if I had to play through this or Castlevania The Adventure, I would go for Koro Dice. I mean, it's definitely not worse than Castelian. I would play it over that easily. I mean, it's okay in short bursts, maybe. Yeah, I'm going to say it's slightly better than Castlevania The Adventure, which is, it says a lot about Castlevania The Adventure, that it's worse than that. But, yeah, we'll carry on going for a little while longer at least. We're going until at least 7 PM. Let's do that. Okay, let's see what we've got. Oh, you bastard. Yep, just make me play all of the worst games. Wonderful. This is one that I am kind of familiar with. And I wish I wasn't, because this game is a piece of shit. I'm not even going to preface this one. This game does not deserve... This game has not earned the right for me to pretend like it's any good. Master Karateka is a game that I really did not want to play, but I knew I was going to have to play it sooner or later. What colour should I pick? Let's go for that one. Let's go for ketchup and mustard. That sounds pretty good to me. Yep, Master Karateka by Brodebund. I think this version was done by Toze. Which is funny, because they also did the Load Run report, and that one was okay. But when we get into this... Okay, so let's go to level 1. So, at first, this looks like it might be quite good. Because it's like, okay, they've taken Karateka and added some complexity to it. It's like, okay, well, they've taken this classic game, they've added this... I'm not gonna say RPG system, but it's, you know, you can build up stats. Kind of like, I guess, Ring King, a little bit. Okay, so let's just go for just medium and everything, see how that works. I guess, in fact, no, not even Ring King, Street Smart. If anyone's ever played that on the Mega Drive, that's what that's reminiscent of. You know, let's do this first. Oh no, does it not kill you if you're in the... Oh. Okay, so this game's already off to a bad start. In the NES version of this, or, well, Famicom, it wasn't actually released on NES, but in the Famicom version, and I think any other version, you can run into the enemy and just get knocked over and die instantly, which is hilarious. And I find that kind of sad that that's not in this version. Wait, was that like a shuriken that just flew at me? Okay, that's not in the other versions, or at least not at this point. Which is weird. So, now, Karateka is one of those games that was graphically impressive. It's not necessarily great gameplay-wise, but it was a graphical showcase for when it came out. You know, it had the whole rotoscope thing going on. There seems to be a fair bit less animation in this version. Also, why anyone would ever pick anything higher than level 1 in this, I don't know. The game is already impossibly hard on level 1. But you know what? I got an idea. Let's not even bother with speed. Let's just go for power. Let's see if this works. What's this? Oh no! Yes! They programmed that into the game. You know what? That gives it points right there. It has earned some points by having the ability to walk off the cliff at the beginning. Because that is, like, the most important thing about Karateka. If you can't do that, it can just go straight in the bin. But okay, let's try playing this for real. Let's just put all the points into power, because why not? If I could just knock over the enemies with one hit. Well, no, I need to do 2 hits to kill them. Yeah. So, don't put all your points into power, apparently. Here's a question. Has anyone ever gotten past the first section in this? Because I can do that in the other versions. But I can't do it in this one. Yeah, I have no idea what I should put stats into. Like, maybe speed? Yeah, so now I'm actually moving at a speed that's kind of reasonable. Oh, hold on. Does it speed up your attacks as well? That might be important, actually. Okay. So the trick to this game might be figuring out where to put the stats into. So I guess speed is kind of important. Okay, so I think if you don't walk forwards, yeah, you don't walk into his kicks. There we go. But I keep going into my fighting stance too late, which I think is what's messing me up. Okay, he ran, like, for like 2 full seconds after I let go of the D-pad, or analog stick in this case. Also, there's an item system. I have no idea how to use it, though. I don't think I ever got up to a point where I could use items. But you look at the combat, like, literally you just kick them over and over and you win. Like, I mean, the NES one, I mean, the combat wasn't exactly great, but there was a bit more to it than this. The Ninja Rabbits, oh no. When you can compare it to Ninja Rabbits, you know you're in trouble. Ninja Rabbits, from what I remember, was an irredeemable mess. I mean, like I said, I'm not really a fan of microcomputer games anyway. Oh, so is this like the boss character? No, I may actually have to punch this dude. Nope, he just literally blocks every single move because he's a bastard. Look at this. Yeah, we're just going to make the final character literally impossible to beat. Because we're Bandai and we don't know how to design a game. Yeah. Legitimate question, has anyone ever gotten past that part? Because I want to know. Has anyone ever gotten past that bit? Because as far as I'm aware, that character is like literally impossible to beat. It's just like the game is so poorly designed. It's like, yeah, we accidentally made the game impossible. We accidentally made the game impossible. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Actually, I'm just looking up a guide on this. So let's see. What does it say? So, wearing a horn mask, yeah, try to keep on distance with normal kicks. Like, how does blocking even work? It's like the blocking just doesn't work. It's like, I don't remember there being blocking in this game. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I want to play that anymore, if I'm being honest. But you know what? Just out of interest, let's try level 3. And let's put all of my points into speed. Yep, that went as well as I expected. But okay, let's... Okay, I got an idea. Let's do that. I feel like speed is the key. Okay, so the controls on this just suck. Because your character... Okay, when you let go of the D-pad, he'll often just keep running for like at least 2 seconds afterwards. It's like the game is on an invisible grid, and that grid is like half the size of the screen per square. It's just ridiculous. But, yeah, I'm not sure what to say about this one. It is... I don't know. I'm not sure if broken is the term, but, yeah, it doesn't entirely work, let's say that. I guess you could just put all your power into life, but I feel like, yeah, you've got to put all the speeds, or the stats into speed. Just be super fast and you'll win. It's kind of like Pit Fighter on SNES, just pick tie and you're okay. You're good to go. Yeah, look at this. This is all you do. Basically, this is what happens until you get to the last dude, and at which point it just becomes impossible. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so like you have to be within a specific distance in order to be able to land a hit. Oh wow. Holy shit, I actually beat him. It's the first time I've ever done that, actually. I've never done that before. Okay, so I could just max out my speed stat if I want to, but okay, let's be sensible. Okay, let's see what level 2 looks like. So, it looks like the other versions, kind of. But yeah, I guess it's just the same enemies, but now they hit harder. Do these ones block? Actually, that's what I want to know. And do they have, like, the birds that are like a bastard to hit? Yeah, I think I figured out the strategy. You just... Oh. When I figured out the strategy, I died. So, yeah, the controls in this just are just arse. Like, it's almost workable, but the controls just don't quite work. And the game is kind of broken. It's like you just put your points into speed and it makes it far more manageable. So where does it go on the list? No, I want to reset. But okay. Where does this game belong on the list? It's not as bad as Tasmania Story. It's got better sound. And there is a way to cheese it in a way that I'm not sure there is with Tasmania Story. I would play it over NFL football. It's not as frustrating as that. It's not quite on that level. Is it better than Amida? See, I don't know. Like, Master Karateka, I appreciate what they tried to do with it. Like, they were trying to add sort of extra game mechanics to an existing classic computer game. There is something to it. It's not irredeemable, like Tasmania Story is. Yeah, it's better than Amida. I could get a little bit further in Master Karateka than I can get in Amida. And it's got far better sound than Palamedes. And it's not as evil as Castelian. But it's less fun than Castlevania The Adventure. Actually, this is higher on the list than I thought it would be. You know, I would play this over Castelian, but not Castlevania The Adventure. So you know what? Congratulations to our new top 50 game, Master Karateka for the Game Boy. Who knew that game could have actually broke the top 50? If only for a brief moment. Let's see how long it lasts. That's the real question. The wheel just had to tease me like that. It's like, oh yeah, you're gonna play Super Mario Land. Super Mario Land is just gonna end up being the last game, isn't it? It's building all up to that game. It's just like, you know what? Yeah, we're not gonna give you the best game. Yeah, fuck you for wanting to play Super Mario Land. We're just gonna give you Versus Battler. So what is Versus Battler? You know, I do not... I have no memory of this game. Seriously, what is this? Okay, let's try this out with this colour scheme, why not? Versus Battler, what is this? You know what? So far, this tune is pretty good. I've got to give it some credit. I like this tune. But wait, is this Battler Versus or Versus Battler? Well, it's off to a good start at least, I'll give it that. But, how does this game actually work? Let's see. Oh, wait, what? So we've got, like, Helmet Man and Robot Man. Yeah, let's try Helmet Man, because he looks quite interesting. What is this? Is this like... Is this gonna be like one of those SD Gundam games and then they just changed it at the last minute? Sorry, what? What is this? Okay, I love these... I love these music choices. You've got Japan, Disco, C and W, Cable and Wable. I don't know. Japan. Oh yeah, like traditional Japanese music. Disco. Yeah, we need the disco song. Give me that. Oh no, is this like maze action for PlayStation 2? Okay, so do I just hit this bastard over and over again? Oh, I did it. I feel like I'm missing something with this one. So, it's like a dungeon crawler, except I'm not entirely sure it works. Okay, I feel like there is some strategy to this that I haven't figured out yet. So there we go. Lose. Oh, it doesn't even let you change your character. That's weird. Okay, whatever. Okay, so there's definitely something to this game I haven't figured out yet. But what does option do? Okay, let's try Japan, I guess. Okay, so... Oh god, this is... Oh. No! Wait, do I have, like, teammates? What is this? Yes, this is like some weird game where you just... Oh. Oh, that's just... No! I'm amused. Is that what the option is? Oh, yeah, apparently I'm only capable of hitting my teammate. Okay, there's definitely something to this game that I'm not getting. I feel like this is a game where I'm going to need, like, an FAQ or whatever to figure out, like, what I'm supposed to do. Okay, let's try versus battler. Has anyone written an FAQ for this game? Yes, actually, I can find one. Okay, how does this game work? Because I feel like... if I'm going to rank this game, I'm going to need to know how to play it properly. So let's see. Okay, so you can use B to use missiles. Okay. Oh, you know what? Let me try something out here. Okay, let's see how the missiles work, 'cause I haven't actually used those yet, and I feel like that might be kind of important. Yes, also known as Bionic Battler, which apparently is the American title for this game. So this is the Japanese version. Oh. Oh no, I have to charge up the missiles? What's going on? Yeah, see, I feel like my punches aren't nearly good enough to be... See, the problem is, anytime I get anywhere near close to firing a missile at them, they just sod off. Yeah, this is just weird. There we go. Wait. No, he didn't die, he just walked off. God. Yeah, okay, I have no idea how the missiles work. It just... They seem to fire at random. Like, did I run out of them there, or... Like, is there a limited supply? Because I have no idea what's going on in the heads-up display. This whole game is just a confusing mess. Like, even the levels aren't consistent. Oh, and... Oh no, if you get hit, it resets your missile meter? Okay, that's bullshit. This game is losing points for that. I hate when games do that. There's no reason to do it other than to be cheap. I feel like there's some potential in this, but... It doesn't help that the enemies just sod off whenever you get close to hitting them, they're just like, nope. God, it feels like playing an RPG. It's like a turn-based RPG, except action-based, because every time you get anywhere near close to beating an enemy, they just sod off. And it's like, yeah, no experience for you, fuck you. Yeah, I gotta be honest, I don't know what to say about this. Like, there may be some potential in this, but I'm also not entirely convinced. There might be something to this, but I'm also like... Yeah, it's just kind of like, you know what? Like that, like why do the enemies just get to move away from the thing immediately? It's just bullshit. I want to at least kill one enemy. Because, like, they just disappear. Like, there isn't even, like, an animation of them walking to a different square or anything. Which would actually be very useful feedback, and the game just doesn't give you that. There's something to this, but it's just... I gotta be honest, I don't think it's well realised. It's that kind of thing. It's like... I mean, just, like, level 1 of a game should not be this hard. It's like someone saw the Microsoft... What was it? You know the Microsoft, like... Maze screensaver? They were like, let's take that and make the most irritating game we can think of out of it. And the fact that it, like, resets your missile counter every time you get hit is bollocks. Like, honestly, if it didn't do that, it would probably be a lot, it'd probably be a lot more doable, to be honest. The fact that... It's just kind of needlessly irritating, I find. Like there, like, it's like, I swear the thing was charged, the meter was full, and it didn't fire. It's like, no. Did you fire the missiles? I didn't see you firing the missiles. Okay. I want to at least try to beat our level of this. Also, sometimes the controls just get stuck. Occasionally I'll try to move and it just won't do it. But sod off. Yeah. See, and the radar barely helps it. Barely helps at all. Like there, like, doesn't matter what you do. It's like the AI just instinctively knows what you're going to do and just dodges. And because they can just dodge instantaneously, it just makes it kind of bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like this game is almost good, but it's just too bullshit to be worth playing. No. Yeah, this is no Wolfenstein 3D. It's no Faceball 2000 either. I'm pretty confident in saying that. It's frustrating. It's almost good, but it's too irritating to be good. God, there have been so many games near the bottom of the list added today. I don't know what the wheel... Like, the wheel just has it out for me today. It just wants me to suffer. It's like, yeah, you want to play Super Mario Land? Fuck you. Here's some irritating maze game that doesn't make sense. It's better than Castlevania The Adventure. I feel like I'd be able to make more progress in it compared to that. Not much more. The maze is too small, and the AI is, like, impossible to fake out, because it's the kind of thing they just instantaneously move out of the way anytime you get anywhere close to landing a hit on them. It's like... I don't know. It's like they had a good idea and then didn't know how to realise it. I played over Koro Dice. There's a bit more to it than that. But it's... No, Game of Harmony was better. There was more rhyme or... Like, you know, there was more sense behind Game of Harmony's design. Like, I feel like that is more doable if you know what you're doing. Versus Battler just feels like random chance half the time, even when you've kind of figured out how the weapons work. It's just... No, it just doesn't work. Yeah, so it goes into... It is a top 50 game. It's better than Master Karateka, but not by much. Yeah. You know what? We need... I need at least one good game to close out the stream with. And I think we can get it. Please. We need a good game. Let's see. So what is this? Boxing. Well, I think I can guess what this is going to be. Though, for the record, I've never played this one either. So, I have no idea if this is any good. So yeah, boxing. Let's see what this is about. Yeah, boxing. You know it's going to be a classic with a title like that. Is it literally just called boxing? Let's try it. Here we go. Yep, it's literally just boxing, the game. It's kind of like what Nintendo did in the early days of the NES. They just have like generically titled sports games. It's like, this is the sport of the game, or the game of the sport. And this is kind of like that. From Tonkin House, let's see how this game plays. So boxing games can be very good or very bad. So on the one hand you have Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, on the other hand you have like George Foreman's KO Boxing. Yeah, it just says boxing. That's why I said it, that's all it says. So, good one. Okay, so you can change the music on or off. How do I pick the other options? I don't, apparently. But we do have My Tyson. Gee, I wonder who this could be. So, okay, here's the question. Is this the character that I'm choosing to play as, or the character I'm choosing to play against? I assume I'm picking my opponent. So we have My Tyson, Koro Dice. Is that meant to be Apollo Creed? Also, yeah, rest in peace. Yeah. We hardly knew ya. Yeah, Apollo Food. John Wilde. Is he based on a real boxer? I don't know. Rocky Star. Gee, I wonder who he could be named after. Joey. You know what? These screens alone make this better than Master Karateka. Yeah, they've all got the exact same, like, they're literally all head swaps of one another. It's weird. Awa Kai. Okay, Mike Tyson. So, I mean, let's go for, okay, whoever has lost the most fights, let's go for him. Yeah, let's go with John. See what he's up about. Finish blow? Wait, what? So, yeah. Straight upcut, hook. I mean, upcut. See, that would look cool as a finishing move. Let's go for that. Oh, yeah, speaking of Master Karateka. Okay, so, yeah, this is a bit like Ring King, actually. So, let's see, we've got, I guess, power, speed, and stamina. Okay, let's just leave it all on default. That sounds pretty good to me. Oh, so, okay, so I'm playing as John Wilde. Okay, I thought I was picking my opponent. That's how it often works in these. And hey, we do have a bunny girl. That's pretty good. Oh, wait, what is this? Okay, this is not quite what I expected. This is really weird. So, okay, so you move around in like an overworld thing. Then the game just goes first person. Okay, I'm intrigued. I've never seen a boxing game like this before. So, points for originality. I have to say, I've got to give it that. Because I've certainly never played a boxing game like this. Whether it's good or not, remains to be seen. It's just really weird. Has anyone ever played that SNES game? Like, Metal Morph or whatever it's called? Like, the light gun game. There's a game like... It's got this kind of perspective on it. Though I suppose it's somewhere between, like, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out and maybe Dynamite Duke. I am intrigued, though I'm not entirely sure how the blocking works. Do I just not press the buttons to block? Maybe. Also, I'm amused by this man's hair. Oh, wait, hold on. Am I getting, like, super moves or am I low on health? Or stamina, whatever. He's just taking it all to the face now. Okay, let's go for the body blows. Psych him out. Oh, here we go. Judgment. Yeah, there we go. Well, let's see. Oh, yeah, Metal Combat. That's the game I was thinking of. Oh, and the screen just went blue again. I don't know why it does that. It's a good thing it was on this screen. Also, did they spell Judgment wrong? Or is that like an alternate spelling? I think that's how they spell it in Terminator 2 Judgment Day, but I've never seen the spelling outside of that. But, yeah, Tonkin House. I think this did get a release outside Japan. I don't know if they made any real changes. They probably had to change the character names, because they probably didn't want to get sued. It's like with, M. Bison in Street Fighter 2, they had to change his name, so they wouldn't get sued by Mike Tyson. Well, I get that Judgment and Judgment, I mean, it's obvious what it means, but, like, is that an acceptable spelling outside of Terminator 2? I'm not certain. I've always spelled it with a second E, so... You know what, actually, I'm quite intrigued by this. This would probably be a really good two-player game, actually. Now that I think about it. Because this feels like a game that was designed for two-player, with just the weird perspective that it's got. It's a bit like, what was it? Mike Tyson, oh, not Mike Tyson, Super Punch-Out. Where it has that, like, hidden two-player mode. So hidden that people didn't realize it existed for, like, 20 years. So yeah, I think I'm the character on the left, aren't I? So I find this, yeah, I find this game quite interesting. I don't know. I kind of like it, actually. I wasn't sure what to expect from this one, but I'm like, you know what? I wasn't sure whether to expect a Mike Tyson or a George Foreman KO boxing, but this is, I would say, somewhere in between the two. It's, because, I mean, few games can be as good as Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, let's be honest. But this is easily one of the better boxing games I've ever played. Yeah, this is easily one of the better ones I've played. It's certainly the most unique one I can think of. I mean, even Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, there were certainly games that tried to be like that and failed. In fact, I think George Foreman's KO boxing kind of was like that as well. Okay, you know, I think I've got to go for the body blows. Give me this. Oh, of course it times out. It's alright, I'm winning on points anyway. Oh, Judgment is the American spelling. Okay, I see. That's where the confusion... Always Webster is where the confusion comes in. Okay, I'm gonna try to make sure I can't get his health back. I'm going in for the killing blow. I'm gonna just full Mike Tyson this. Right, he knows, he knows I'm trying to, like, knock him out with the body blow. So, I noticed that he's... Okay, how do I go for the finishing blow? Okay, so start just pauses it. Select doesn't really seem to do anything. I can block. No, he's just trying to retreat. So I'm trying to do the uppercut to, like, win. Oh, hold on. Wait, is there a... Oh, I think... Yeah. Okay, I just realised what the problem is. So, yeah, there's you can charge up your punches. Except it keeps going, like, back to the screen every time I try to do it. I think he's just trying... I think he knows that I've got a lot more health, or stamina, or whatever. And the problem is, while I'm charging, I can't move, which is really weird. You think you'd be able to. Oh, okay. I was trying to hold up for, like, the upcut thing. Get over here, you swine. Yes, the problem is, he just keeps walking off. He's too much of a coward to fight real. It's like, well, I guess I'm going to have to win by decision, because he's too much of a coward to actually get knocked down. Does it go down to 3 rounds? No, it goes beyond that. I don't know how many rounds it is, but... More than 3, apparently. Oh, actually, I just realised. Okay, so the thing actually charges up on its own. Problem is, if I get hit, I think the meter goes back down. Okay. I'm learning the mechanics as I play it. So it does make sense, in a way that, like, many other boxing games kind of don't. Help me get hit. Stand still so I can hit you! No, and he's getting his health back. Solid. Now, you know what? Keep taking blows to the face. Okay, but I think I see where the strategy comes in. It's like charging up your punches. Oh, you could say... Oh. Well, the problem is, so there was an option for setting the rounds. The problem is, it wouldn't actually let me change them. Like, it literally just wouldn't give me the option. Which it feels like it should do. It's not that every time I try to charge a punch, he just evades it. So I never understood the clinch thing in boxing. I get that's a thing that actually happens in the sport. It's just kind of weird. Though it's kind of annoying that it keeps going out of the view when I want to stay into it. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have picked uppercut as the finishing move. That seems like a bad idea, now that I've actually played this out. I just wish it'd go down. Like, if it was easier to knock down the opponent, I think that's kind of the issue. Is that it's too hard to do that. It's like, you've got to do like a full strength punch, and you have to do a specific one. Just kind of frustrating. See, like that, I got the full strength punch and it just wasn't counting it. Yeah, also, yeah, I'm just mashing buttons at this point. Knock his health down. Yeah, I think the fact that he just keeps switching out of the close-up view constantly, I think that's really the issue that I'm having with this. The fact that it just does that on its own. Like, if I move the opposite way that the opponent does, like it's doing constantly now. So the AI is just straight up just input reading at this point. So yeah, it's a case of timing, I think. Oh, stop going the other way, you sod. Ugh. See, because you notice that, like... Because surely that's got to be, okay, allow you to do the finishing move thing, but, yeah, I don't know. I'm getting a bit frustrated with not being able to... Like, just the fact that he just refuses to go down because it's a tit. Like, I wish the opponent was less of a tit. I think that's why I'm running into issues with this. You know, because I could easily win this on decision. As long as I just don't keep losing health, I should be fine. And it's not like spamming punches is making me lose much stamina or anything. I think it's just getting hit a couple of times. Just doing that. Yeah, here I am, just going full Mike Tyson. Yep, here we go. I wish I could do the, Oh, he actually went down. Okay. Oh, can he do it? Oh, I did it! I won! There we go. KO in the 6th round. You know, he lasted way longer than he should have. Considering how many times I punched him in the face. Yes. Legend of Success John. Welcome. Oh, wait, I can increase, no, let's increase speed. Okay. So, oh. So, is this meant to be Legend of Success Joe? Maybe. Okay, so I assume it's kind of just the same thing, but AI gets harder every time. It's a bit odd that I'm fighting them in blue. I probably could have picked a better colour scheme, to be honest, but, you know. Okay, so, yeah, it's just kind of the same thing, but it gets harder every time. You know what, actually, I'm kind of impressed by that. I wasn't sure what to expect, but you know what? Yeah, Tonkin House made a pretty good boxing game. I gotta give him credit. This is going pretty high up the list, I think. It's better than Boxel 2. I would take it over Boxel 2. I'd take it over Clax. It's definitely better than DuckTales. Now, here's the thing. So, we haven't seen many sports games. Is it better than tennis? You know, if we're going to compare the generically titled football games, or generically titled sports games, I should say, we need to compare this with tennis. Is this game better than tennis? Because tennis is a very solid game. But when it comes down to it, there's not much to separate it from other tennis games. It's like I said when I played that game. Like, the Game Gear tennis game that was on that 4-in-1 cartridge Sega released, it's kind of the same thing, but just better graphics. And I think it also played a bit better as well. Whereas boxing is unique, as far as I know. I've certainly never played any other game that kind of plays the way it does. It's not perfect. It's no Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. But it's easily one of the better boxing games I've played. And it definitely stands out. So yeah, I'd say it's definitely better than tennis. Is it better than Motocross Maniacs, though? I feel like there's more to get out of the two-player. I think if you were to play two-player in boxing, it would be very good. Like, a two-player match of that would be excellent, I think. Yeah, I'm going to put it above that. I'm going to put it above Serpent as well. As good as Serpent is, it was a bit more basic mechanically. It didn't quite have the same level of mechanics as boxing did. Yeah, I don't think it's as good as Cat Trap, though. Cat Trap was... I don't know. It didn't go on quite as long. And it has Catboy and Catgirl. And I think the soundtrack in that was a little better as well. Yeah, I think I'm going to cut stuff there. You know what? Congratulations to our new top 10 game, Boxing, for Game Boy. Never would have expected a game just called Boxing to be that good. But you know what? Tonkin House and Toze, you did a really good job. And yeah, so we've got 57 games. Yeah, let's make it 58. Let's get an even number. I'm going to do one more game. And I'm going to call it a day, I think. So we've gone from 41 to 58 in one stream. That's pretty good. And the answer is... Oh. Okay, here we go. So here's a game that you may recognize. It is... So I think this is a first-party game, isn't it? I don't think we've actually seen one today, up until now. So yeah. Solar Striker, this is a game that you may be familiar with. Possibly. This is one that I have played in my own time a little bit, but not in a while. So let's see if this is any good. Here we go. So this is actually the default colour scheme. I did not select this. I'm not sure if this is the same as the normal inverted one. It looks the same, but I'm not sure if it is. But hey, it's got a decent enough theme song. Yeah. So you'll notice, yeah, this is a Nintendo game. Though it was actually made by a company called Minakuchi Engineering, who went on to make the Mega Man games for Game Boy. Let's see how they did with this. So yeah, Solar Striker, if you don't know, is... So this was the first shoot 'em up for Game Boy. There were not many shooters on the system. You know, I mean, you know, we saw Dan Laser. You could maybe argue that Volleyfire is one of them as well. Arguably, though it's not your typical shoot 'em up. And there were not many others. I'd struggle to think of many other vertical ones. Like, there was the Twinbee games. I think there may have been one or two licensed games as well. There's not a whole lot to choose from, unfortunately. I mean, the Twinbee games are probably the best ones you're going to find. But yeah. Like I say, it's a weird one, because while this was published by Nintendo, it wasn't actually made by them. And yeah, the soundtrack, I'm not sure. Like, I mean, it's already looping and we're, what, 30 seconds into this? Like, I'm pretty sure Dan Laser had longer music loops than this. I guess we'll see how this goes. I mean, the background graphics are alright. They may be lacking a bit in detail. I mean, like, this background could easily have come from a Sachin game, let's be honest. Like, this would fit right in with, you know, Tay-Sack. Or maybe Sidewinder. I thought that game had a subtitle, but I don't think it did, actually. But yeah, it's kind of funny, because Nintendo, not really a company famous for their shooters, you know. Sega had games like Fantasy Zone and Space Harrier. Yeah, Nintendo didn't really have that. Like, I mean, in the very early days, you know, they had Donkey Kong 3 and Space Firebird and games like that. I mean, I guess those were kind of shooters, but they're not scrolling shooters like this is. yeah, like, scrolling shooters, they're not really famous for that. When it came to that genre, they kind of just left that to third-party companies to do it. Also, yes, Nintendo did publish a version of Kicks for Game Boy. I don't have that game, sadly, so we won't be seeing it in the series, I don't think. It's doubtful. It's not on my list, anyway. Because, like I say, I just don't have that game. And it's a shame, because, you know, Kicks is an arcade classic of its day. There we go, that's boss number 1 dealt with. But yeah, Kicks. I mean, there was Ultimate Kicks for Mega Drive. Oh, okay, I'm not sure the palette works quite so well for this level. I guess it kind of does, actually. It's got that, you know, you're flying around in the middle of the night, maybe. But I don't know, I'm not entirely impressed by this game. Like, this is the same music as level 1. I'm pretty sure Dan Laser at least had 2 different songs they'd switch between. Like, this is... And... Yeah, like the loop is maybe 30 seconds long, possibly less. Yeah. Presentation-wise, this is not really winning me over. It, like... Yeah, it's kind of... It's definitely sub-Volleyfire in that sense. Volleyfire at least had some good presentation going for it. The actual shooting action is alright. It's not great, it's... I don't know. It's kind of funny. I mean, I was talking about the Supervision when I was playing Mr. Chin. But I was like, okay, this is what Supervision games would be like if they were good. This just feels like a Supervision game that happened to be published by Nintendo. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, no. Oh, wow, and it doesn't even have continues. Like, you literally have to restart the whole game. That's wonderful. Or maybe there is a continue code. Actually, I'm going to check that just in case. This is the last game I'm playing for today, by the way. But I want to see, is there a continue code? Because I feel like there has to be. There's no way they made this game and didn't put some kind of code in it to continue on the later levels. Or just start on the later levels. Yeah, here we go. Solar Striker. No. They literally didn't do that. They were like, yeah, you want continues? Fuck you. Yeah, I've got to be honest, I'm missing Dan Laser. I am missing the crazy mode. This game needed a crazy mode, and it doesn't have one. Hell, this game probably could have done with level designs too, and it doesn't have those either. Oh, this second quest. Well, I can tell you right now, I'm not getting to it. There is no way I'm getting to it. If this game doesn't even have the courtesy to give me a continue, then yeah, that's not happening. Not unless I, like, save state the fuck out of it. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Yeah, I've got to be honest, I kind of wish I was just... I kind of just stuck with a boxing game now. And that wasn't even first party, but... I don't know, it's playable, but like I say, this really feels like a Supervision game. Like, like... And the way it feels like that, it's very undercooked in the way that Supervision games tended to be. It's like, you know, there's no level designs. You know, you got very basic backgrounds, but there aren't any walls or anything like that. There are no gun placements. It's just like generic waves of enemies. It's like playing Galactic Crusader on the NES, but just a little bit more polished. And if you're getting compared to Galactic Crusader, you did something wrong. You know what it is? So like I said, this was the first scrolling shooter for the system. And it feels like a game that knows it's the first of its kind. And knows that it doesn't need to try very hard for people to buy it at the time. It's like, you know, well, there isn't really anything for it to compete against. This is the only option. This is the monopoly of shooters, and this is what you're going to get. Yeah, I don't know. I remember this game being okay, and I'm playing this now, and I'm just like, I want to play Volleyfire. I want to play Volleyfire instead of this. Because Volleyfire was at least interesting. Like, it had some weird things going on with it. It wasn't necessarily great. It was very unpolished, but I don't know. it's just... There's something missing from this game. Whether it's level designs or more variation with the enemies. I mean, these are the same enemies from level 1. And it's the same music from level 1. It's like, okay, you've got 2 different enemy types. One type of power-up that you just kind of upgrade, but it's like 1942 in that it's like, okay, I guess it increases the power. Well, actually, no, in 1942 it increased the width of the shots a little bit, I think. Let's maybe collecting this power-up does something. Ah, yeah, okay, here we go. So, yeah. So you got different shooting sound there. Okay. Also, the clouds look weird in this mode, I've got to be honest. It's like, we're flying about in a storm, but there's no lightning or anything, so there's no way they could have intended it like that. Oh, also, yeah, totally fair to have the thing fly off on screen as I'm respawning. Thanks, game, I appreciate it. At least it doesn't take away all your power-ups when you die, so it's not Gradius, at least. In that sense. It doesn't quite have the Gradius problem. Maybe. Oh. Entering high-speed mode! Oh god, this really is super... not Supervision. No, this really is Sidewinder for Famicom. Except at least this has music, unlike Sidewinder. Though after a few minutes I kind of wish it didn't. Oh. Yeah, yeah, you collected the power-up. You know how it did something when you collected it before and you had this power level? Yeah, we're just not going to have it do anything this time. We're just going to have it just not work. Oh. Well, the boss changes things up a bit. Oh. Welcome to the boss that throws hoops! Okay. Well, at least this game has boss fights, unlike Dan Laser. Because I think in that game you just got to the end and it was just like, level complete, I guess. Oh, hooray! Different music, finally. Also, yeah, trying to play this with a D-pad on the GameCube. The tiny D-pad that just plays rubbish. Not the game, just the D-pad on the GameCube controller. In fact, I actually beat Tetris the other day, on stream. I got the proof on it. So those people saying I can't play Tetris, yeah, part of it may have just been that I wasn't quite up to it on the day, but also I was trying to do it with the GameCube analog stick, where the controls are not quite as immediate. I don't know. I'm not sure what to make of this game, actually. It's playable. But like I said, there's something about this game that just is missing. It's missing something. You know, maybe it needs a Cheggers to flesh it out. Just a giant Cheggers head for one of the bosses. And he just shouts out, "Wahey" is the attack. Honestly, if this game had that, it would be, like, instant top of the list. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, it's... You really can't react to anything that happens on screen. And the fact that, like... Yeah, the power-up system is kind of bullshit. Also, the fact that it makes you redo the entire game and doesn't even have continues. That's just... No. I think I'm done with that. It's just... Yeah, just every level is the same, except they just change the background and maybe a couple of the enemy types and just call it a day. That's kind of the thing. It's like... It feels like there's just no real reason to play it beyond level 1. It's like every level is just level 1 but with a different background. It's slightly harder. It's like, okay, why would I bother playing this? I don't know. Oh no, we're not done yet. We still have to rank this. What do you think? Do you think this game's as good as Tetris? Do you think this is a Tetris-level game? Because it does have a lot of shooting action. But Tetris has a lot of block pieces. You know, it's got the L block, the line piece. Okay. Solar Striker doesn't have a Z piece. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I didn't even know what to tell you. Like, it's a game that... No, this is not on the level of Tetris. It just isn't. It's not as good as Cheeky Tengoku. In fact, okay, let's compare this to Dan Laser. So Dan Laser had level designs, but no bosses. And Solar Striker has bosses, but no level designs. And if I had to choose between either of those, yeah, there was far more difference between the levels. Like, Dan Laser, I would like to go back and try to play for it just to see the level designs for the later levels that I didn't get to see. I don't know. It's like, I would be more interested to go back to Dan Laser. You know, like, the soundtrack is BP, but it's less repetitive. And, I don't know, it's like Solar Striker, I just want to put it on mute after the first minute. Whereas Dan Laser, I'd turn the sound down, but I wouldn't turn it off. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, when it comes down to it, Dan Laser is the better game. But let's compare it to the other shooter on this list, which is Volleyfire. Volleyfire is jank. But it's an interesting kind of jank. It's got just lots of weird levels with, like, blocks coming towards you. And it's like it's like a one-on-one shooter. It's like a constant series of bosses, almost. Kind of like a boss rush, in a sense, but not quite. And it's got a much better soundtrack than Solar Striker. It's less repetitive. Or I'm not sure if it's less repetitive, but it just sounds far better. I'd rather listen to that all day than the Solar Striker theme. But Volleyfire, the problem with Volleyfire is that you cannot move up and down, and on some levels that puts you at a massive disadvantage. Solar Striker at least gives you full range of the screen. It's a bloody tough one, this one. Okay, if I had to choose whether to play Solar Striker again or Volleyfire, like I said, Solar Striker is just the same level over and over again, but just a little bit harder each time. It's like, okay, after I've played level 1, I don't really have a reason to play the rest of the game, other than to try to get a high score. Yeah, like Volleyfire, I would at least be interested to see what other kinds of levels are in it. So yeah, I think I'd rather play Volleyfire. World Bowling, I mean, it's kind of the same. It's on the same level as World Bowling, I think. But World Bowling, I don't know. I feel like there's more. The way the reactions work in that game is different. It's got a better soundtrack, and I like the animation in it a little bit. And it's no Flipple. It is no Flipple. Flipple is an exciting cube game. Okay, it features excitement with cubes. Yeah. It is better than Tesserae, though. If I had to choose between Solar Striker and Tesserae, Solar Striker is more engaging than Tesserae. So I would put it above that. But it goes no higher than that. Yeah. The number 44 on the list. And which is also by far the least good Nintendo game we've seen. It's no Alleyway. It's definitely no Yakuman. And it's no Tennis. Okay? I will not have you slander Tennis. Tennis is a million times better than that. But, you know what? Before we close out the stream, because we've done half of the games on the wheel this week, and maybe we will do the other half next week. Maybe we'll do all 16 of these. Hopefully. And there are a couple of homebrew games left that I haven't played. We didn't get to them on this stream, but hopefully that means we can finally play Super Mario Land. But yes, next week we will start out by playing the definitive classic. Let's see, which is it going to be? Kung Fu Master! Yes, so next week we will play some Kung Fu Master. And quite possibly we'll be playing the other 15 games as well. Hopefully these games will all be better than Solar Striker, though I wouldn't necessarily count on it.